Good evening. Welcome to the Torrance City Council meeting for March 2nd, 2021. Call the meeting to order. Ask the clerk for a roll call, please.
Councilmember Ashcraft?
Here.
Councilmember Chen?
Present.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Here.
Councilmember Griffiths?
Here.
Councilmember Kalani is absent at this time. Councilmember Matucci?
I'm here.
Mayor Fury?
Here. The council will now recess to closed session to confer with the city manager and the city attorney on the agenda matters listed under 14A, conference with labor negotiator, and 14B, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. Closed session on these matters is authorized by California Government Code Section 54957.6 and 54956.9D2. We will return at 7 p.m.
Nothing to report.
Okay, then we'll start the meeting with a flag salute led by Councilmember Griffiths, followed by an invocation by Councilmember Kalani.
Thank you. Please join me as we honor our flag and our country as I proudly recite the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Let us reflect silently together, each one of us, according to our individual beliefs. I pray tonight to the Lord that we come together in peace with wisdom, giving thanks for the blessings of fellowship around us, and I ask that we be a source of hope for those in need. Bless our city, grant comfort to those that are challenged with illness or strife, and let us all be grateful for our blessings, large and small. Let our actions be well-directed and a source of kindness and in good spirit. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much. And one more time, I want to thank you all for joining us tonight. It's been nearly 1 year since the first reports of a coronavirus death in the United States. And that's an important marker for those affected by this pandemic. Some of us are still processing, some still grieving. It's important for us to collectively recognize those we have lost and what we have experienced. Yesterday, we joined with several U.S. groups to declare the first Monday of March COVID-19 Memorial Day in the city of Torrance. I want to thank those of you that took the time to join us in honoring the many lives lost and affected by this pandemic. The start of this pandemic on U.S. soil also coincides closely with the start of our new normal for city council meetings. We appreciate your dedication to tune in from home and remain connected to what's going on locally in your city. We continue to run normal business for our residents and community. To keep Torrance moving forward, it is important to us that you have an opportunity to voice your comments during this pandemic. Public emails will continue to have a deadline of 2 p.m. on the day of the council meeting you wish to comment on. Thank you to those of you who met today's deadline. They've all been forwarded to the council as supplemental material and will be entered into the public record. Any emails submitted after the deadline will still be added to the public record. For those of you tuning in via Facebook, YouTube, live stream, or city cable, because of the challenges faced in this council format, and in accordance with Government Code Section 549-54.3a, we will now dedicate a single 60-minute comment period to hear the public on all agenda items, as well as for general orals by telephone call-in. The only exception to this 60-minute period is public hearings. Comments that are directly relevant to agenda-sized hearings will be taken as part of that hearing. You may participate by calling in to the public input hotline. The number is 310-618-2404, and it will be displayed on the screen. Please be patient when calling in, and please be aware that our call center is very busy taking multiple telephone calls, so you might get a busy signal when calling in. If this is the case, please try calling back in a moment or two. City Clerk, have emails received before 2 p.m. today been processed as supplemental material and provided to the City Council?
Yes, Your Honor, they have.
Thank you. Then I'll take a report of the City Clerk as opposed to the agenda.
Your Honor, the agenda was posted on Thursday, February 25th.
Thank you. I'll take a motion to waive further reading of resolutions and ordinances after number and title. Councilmember Chen.
Mayor, I move to waive further reading of the resolutions ordinances after number and title.
Councilmember Matucci.
I'll second that.
Start voting, please. Councilmember Goodrich?
Yes, City Clerk, I was unable to get my system to work this time. I'll continue working on it, but my vote is an aye.
Thank you. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Announcement of withdrawn deferred under supplemental items.
Thank you, Honors. Adams, Finance City Manager. There are supplemental materials available online on the city website at torranceca.gov for item 7, oral communication, 8B, approve second amendment to consulting services agreement for Laserfish electronic content management system. Will be rescheduled to the March 2nd. Oh, I'm sorry. There is a supplemental. 9A, COVID-19 recovery update, and 9A, to accept and file update regarding Metro C line extension. Thank you.
Thank you. Turning now to announcements. As we mentioned at the beginning, that yesterday was COVID-19 Memorial Day. And following the city's decision to dedicate the first Monday of March as COVID-19 Memorial Day, the Relay for Life of Torrance would like to dedicate the entire month of March 2021 as COVID-19 Memorial Month. A special luminaria ceremony dedicated solely to those who lost through the COVID pandemic will take place on March 31st at 7:30 p.m. in front of City Hall by the fountain. Special luminarias will also be on display during the Relay for Life event on October 9th at South High. To obtain a COVID-19 luminaria, I ask you to visit the Relay for Life of Torrance website. You can locate the site via Facebook or just doing a Google search. Just put in the words Relay for Life of Torrance, and you'll get the information you need. And we'll keep reminding you as we go through this month. Fire Chief Martin Cerna, you have an announcement?
Good evening, Your Honor. I do. The Torrance Refinery Company will be conducting their monthly test of the community alert siren tomorrow, March 3rd, at approximately 11:30 a.m. As a reminder, this is only a test. The monthly test is described as follows. A 1-minute chime, all clear chime, will precede and follow a 2-minute siren tone. Total testing time will not exceed 5 minutes. It is important to note that the siren tone carries a greater distance and may be heard beyond the reach of the chimes. During a real emergency, when you hear sirens, shelter, shut, and listen. If you're at home and outdoors, go inside, close all vents, windows, and doors, and listen for instructions on local cable and radio. If driving, continue to drive, close vents and windows, turn your radio to 1620 AM City Sounds. Listen for the chime sound that will signal in all clear. For additional information, please contact the Torrance Refinery Company Community Relations at 310-212-1852. Again, that's 310-212-1852. We also encourage the community to sign up for Torrance Alerts. For more information regarding Torrance Alerts, please go to the City of Torrance's webpage. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Chief. We have an announcement from Torrance Social Services Commissioner Reynolds. Commissioner Reynolds.
Yes, this is Commissioner Bill Reynolds. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. My name is Bill Reynolds with the Social Services Commission, here to announce that the Commission will be holding the yearly toiletry drive starting March 17th through March 31st. Donation boxes will be placed in the Torrance City Hall lobby and at the Community Development area in the Permit Center. Also, the Commission has decided to host a drive-through toiletry drive that will take place on Saturday, March 20th and Saturday, March 27th from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Collection of donated items will be accepted in front of the West Annex building. The donation drive will benefit the local organizations such as Arbor Interfaith, Family Promise of South Bay, and 1736 Family Crisis, as well as Valerie Hernandez, City of Torrance Outreach Coordinator. Anyone with questions can call 310-618-5880 or email Social Services Commission at torranceca.gov. And for a list of the type of items that will be accepted, look at the website torranceca.gov/help-others. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. We appreciate all your volunteerism. We move on to community matters. Item 6A is a proclamation declaring March 7th through the 14th, 2021 as California Arbor Week in the city of Torrance. Councilmember Goodrich, would you assist with this?
Of course. Whereas Arbor Day is celebrated nationally to encourage Americans to maintain and replenish our country's vast forest, orchards, and woodlands, and whereas in California, observance of Arbor Week begins on the birthday of Luther Burbank, a famed California horticulturist whose life's labor produced hundreds of plants and trees that have contributed to the natural splendor and food production in our state. And whereas the city of Torrance's celebration of Arbor Week is demonstrated daily in its dedication to improving the appearance and quality of life in our community with the planting of trees, which are valuable and attractive assets that contribute to property values in urban areas and play an important role in energy conservation through the provision of shade and humidity that affects the consumption of energy used to heat and cool buildings and homes. Whereas the significant role trees have in sequestering atmospheric carbon and reducing energy consumption is vitally important toward attaining the state's greenhouse gas emission reduction goals and directly contributes to improving air quality by removing airborne particles. And whereas trees protect and purify California's limited water resources through surface water runoff reduction and provide essential habitat for much of California's wildlife, including threatened and endangered species. Whereas trees enhance the aesthetic quality of life in urban communities, providing natural buffers for noise and ecological recreational resources for California's youth.
Now, therefore, I, Patrick J. Fury, as mayor of the city of Torrance, California, do hereby proclaim March 7 through March 14, 2021, as California Arbor Week in the city of Torrance, and I urge all citizens to observe and celebrate the week by planting trees for our community and for the benefit of future generations. Signed this second day of March 2021. Accepting the proclamation tonight will be our Park Services Manager, Ms. Tracy Drake, and Arborist Louis Ochoa.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. This is Tracy Drake, Park Services Manager. Thank you for this proclamation recognizing California Arbor Week. This proclamation does an excellent job at providing us a glimpse on how important trees are in the city and in our environment. I am one of the fortunate staff members who gets to work with and among trees daily. I see firsthand their grandeur, their sometimes subtleness, and how important they are in providing beautiful areas and parks that thousands of residents visit weekly. I am speaking tonight to share information about what Community Services Department is doing in honor of California Arbor Week. Cultural Services and Park Services are working together on a living tree exhibit that will be installed at Lago Seco Park. Cultural Services started working the project while working with the Fallen Fruit Project and Discover Torrance. Folks from both of these organizations have worked diligently to procure 21 fruit trees that will be planted along the perimeter of the Lago Seco Community Gardens. These fruit trees will be a living exhibit, and once installed in its entirety, will include the installation of the 21 trees mentioned, an interpretive sign about the trees, and signs that speak about the Fallen Fruit Project, its purpose, and its mission. In a couple of years, the trees will bear fruit. These fruits will be available to the public to pick and enjoy. I can already imagine the fruit trees in bloom in spring, the sweet fragrance of their blossoms being enjoyed by visitors who walk around the park. And I can also imagine in the summer and fall, when the fruit is ripe, visitors to the park will be able to enjoy an annual harvest. Thank you to all of the members who have made this project possible, and especially to Mr. Ochoa and Public Works for bringing forth and recognizing California Arbor Week and its tremendous benefit to the residents of City of Torrance. Mr. Ochoa?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is Louis Ochoa with Public Works. We are proud to be one of 146 communities in California to be recognized as Tree City, USA. In California, we celebrate Arbor Week every year during the week of March 7th through the 14th. And to celebrate this special week, Public Works would be planting 22 trees along the center median on Anta Boulevard from Sepulveda to Calle Mayor. We look forward in increasing our urban forests in the coming years. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for your recognition and support of this special week, and also Tracy Drake for her efforts in the tree conservation. Thank you.
Thank you, Luis, and thank you, Tracy. We really appreciate all your effort on behalf of our city and on behalf of our city trees. We're now going to move on to the 60-minute public comment period for agenda items and general orals. If any members of the public want to speak, please call the public comment hotline now at 310-618-2404. City Council Rules of Order Section 6.4E provides that speakers can only speak once. Any speaker that attempts to speak a second time on any item will be disconnected. Callers will have 1 minute to speak on one agenda item, 2 minutes total to speak on 2 or more agenda items, and 1 minute for general orals. Each speaker will have a maximum of 3 minutes, then they will be disconnected automatically. Please speak when prompted and state the number of the agenda item or items you wish to speak on, or if you want to just make a general comment. There is a delay in the broadcast, so we ask you to try not to follow what you may be hearing on the broadcast. Please turn down the volume on your TV or viewing device, and please do not use Bluetooth or speaker phones. When speaking on agenda items, you must be on topic. We would love to get as many speakers as possible. And if you're not speaking on topic, or if we cannot tell if you are speaking on topic, you will have to get a warning to stay on topic or get back to it. And if you do not then speak on topic, or if you go off topic one more time, you'll forfeit the remainder of your time, and we will move on to the next caller pursuant to City Council Rules of Order Section 6.5 and Section 6.7B3 and B4. If there are no speakers waiting before the 60-minute period has elapsed, we will close the public comment portion of the meeting. Please note that the council orals will still take place at the end of the meeting. To the call center, do we have any people who are signed up?
Yes, Mayor. I'll begin to patch in the calls.
Thank you.
Stephanie P., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Oral communications.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
I'm calling once again to stand with Sherilyn Haynes and with Black Lives Matter Los Angeles in demanding justice in the name of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. We demand justice for his family. We demand that you fire Matthew Concannon and Anthony Chavez. They are murderers. They have been allowed to run rampant since the day over 2 years ago when they brutally killed Christopher in a parking lot. You have done nothing to address his death. You have done nothing to address the aggressive cops who roam your streets. You've done nothing. You've just sat there and stared. You hide your faces. Go on and on about things that don't matter. You've done nothing for Christopher. And that's the only thing that matters right now. You need to establish a civilian oversight committee so that there is some way for the police.
Mayor, the caller was disconnected because her time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Mary M., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Hi, I'm speaking on 9H, the Metro.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hi, thank you, council members, for giving us this opportunity to speak about the impact of the Metro extension. Thank you, Council Member Kalani, for attending the recent Metro scoping meeting. My name is Mary, North Torrance resident for over 40 years. I'm speaking on behalf of all the residents in the neighborhood residing along Hawthorne Boulevard between 175th and 179th Street. We support the Torrance in opposing Alternative 2 on Hawthorne Boulevard. We believe the Metro extension running in the middle of Hawthorne poses many concerns, as we have had several fatal accidents in the last few years, and especially if pedestrians, cars, and light rail try to cross each other at these intersections on Hawthorne. The construction time alone will affect our businesses and all the residents of South Bay, as 70,000 cars use Hawthorne Boulevard each day as a main artery for their commute. Our neighborhood is surrounded by major streets, and Hawthorne if they put a metro on Hawthorne, it will become a substantial physical and visual border separating our neighborhood
Mayor, the caller was disconnected because her time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Sheila A., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Oral communications.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
It is past time that you create a civilian oversight commission of the police department. You were already told to do so by a grand jury. You refused. Currently, the city council, that's you, is supposed to oversee the police department. However, the officers who killed Christopher received awards and raises. This is not oversight. The community has called on you to do this for 2 years. In addition, you need to immediately fire the officers who killed Christopher. Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon pose a threat to the community and, as such, should be removed from the force. This will happen one way or the other, but you are digging your heels in needlessly. I know you are beyond sick of us. We are certainly sick of you, but we will not back down until our demands are met. The pressure is mounting. DA Gascon is re-looking into this case. Why not just save face and move now? Fire the officers. Create a mechanism for some level of accountability.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. Moving on to the next caller. EM, you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Oral communications.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hi, I'm calling again in solidarity with the family of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, demanding that you fire officers Matthew Concannon and Anthony Chavez for stealing Christopher DeAndre Mitchell's life 2 years ago. It is absolutely obscene that these officers are still employed by the city and face no consequences. It is obscene to your constituents and citizens who will be subject to the same violent negligence if you do nothing about it. Justice must be enacted also by creating a civilian oversight commission. Your reluctance to do either of these things is showcasing your reluctance to be held accountable. A family is without their loved one, and you have done nothing about it. Be courageous, be in good conscience, give this family what they so deserve. I yield my time.
Mayor, moving on to the next caller. Kim I, you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
I'm calling on oral comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
I'm just calling because I'm extremely frustrated like the other callers that have called in. I'm calling because I'm asking for the officers, Matthew Concannon, and I don't remember the man's other name right now. Doesn't really matter. The fact of the matter is these two officers that killed Christopher DeAndre Mitchell need to be held accountable. I don't know what it's going to take for you guys to do the right thing. Imagine this is your own child. Imagine this happened to someone you know. Imagine that. And would you want justice be done? Would you want a committee set up, an oversight committee that you were asked to do in order to make sure that these types of things are held accountable? You didn't do that. You've done nothing. All you have done is make a mother more and more heartbroken every time she calls in, demanding justice for her one and only son. Let me tell you, if it were my son, I would be on every fucking call, too.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. Moving on to the next caller. John G., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on? John G., are you still on the line? John G. Mayor, moving on to the next caller. Anthony L., can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Yes, I'm calling on 7, the oral communication, as well as 9D.
Thank you. Your 2 minutes starts now.
2 or 3? 2?
Did you state two items or 3 items? Okay, go ahead. 3 minutes now.
Thank you. So my first is I was hoping that city attorney would come on before the oral communication and explain to the BLM people why the councilmen are not able to do anything about these two officers who supposedly claim to be a threat to the community. If this had happened 2 years ago, then you would think that if they're a threat, there'll be more things within this for the past 2 years, but I haven't heard anything, so I don't think they are considered a threat to the community if for the past 2 years they have not been in the limelight. And also for the attorney, if they could just say that, there's nothing that the city council can do until all the legal action has been taken. And currently, I heard that DA Garcon is going to bring the case back up. So if you need to complain about getting justice done, you are doing it in the wrong place. You need to go over there. Go to the DA office and do it there. Tell them get the case over with so that you guys can come back here. Until then, there's nothing they can do. And second item, the 9D. So I'm looking down the salary list. So right above the city council, the city clerk is minimum salary is $61.70 hourly rate, and then right below that, city council is 58 cents. At first, I thought maybe they put the dot in the wrong place. No, it's $0.58. So I think there has to be some change to that. Otherwise, all you're going to get is retirees and people who are rich and they have their own business somewhere so that they don't need the income to be city council. By doing that, you have reduced the population who are available and can be city council. I'm not saying I'm going to be, but I can't afford to. I can't afford to live on 58 cents an hour. Right? Is that a wage from 1960 or 50? I don't know. Certainly not in the 70s, because when I got here, it was $2 something already. Anyway, so those are my comments. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Mayor, moving on to the next caller. Ken B., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on? Ken B., are you still on the phone?
Oh, yeah, I'm here. Sorry about that. Hi, everybody. Council, Mayor.
Sorry, sir. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hey, I am a coach for AYSO United based here in the South Bay. And as you guys know, COVID has those restrictions have been released a little bit. I think this might be on the agenda today, but we're getting a little frustrated because we're going to be starting to play kind of in this month, and we're looking for places to play. The schools have actually updated their COVID guidelines. I'm hoping that you guys will get the Parks and Rec because we are based out of Columbia along with North Torrance and Jose's group. And I just want to kind of, a little light a fire under you and see if you guys can make sure you get that done. And I trust you guys to be able to get that aspect done. I really appreciate it, and you guys have a great night. Thank you very much for your time.
Mayor, moving on to the next caller. David K., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Yes, I'm calling about 9H, 9D, and general oral communications.
Thank you. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you. Honorable Mayor and City Council, thank you for the opportunity to address you. My name is David Cartsonis. I do need to disclose that I am a planning commissioner in the city of Torrance, so I'm not speaking on behalf of the city. I'm speaking as a resident, homeowner, and business owner. In regards to 9H, this project will have a large impact on District 1, the North Torrance area, where I own a home and my family have lived for several years. Having been on the Metro scoping meeting calls, I understand that there are benefits and adverse impacts to both alternatives presented. Others are more impacted and qualified to speak to their personal impacts of these alternatives, but I will say that Hawthorne is a major artery to the South Bay, through Torrance and beyond. If Hawthorne continues to be utilized by auto traffic, I think a traffic study will show that on-grade crossings will be catastrophic to the area. In addition to safety and congestion issues caused by on-grade crossings, Metro has made it clear that they are not planning on putting a stop along Hawthorne. So the impact to businesses in the North Torrance area will almost certainly be negative. I absolutely support the staff's recommendation on that. In regards to item D, I've spoken about this before, but someone before me mentioned it. The city council position should at least be minimum wage. And I think the argument has been made that you need to be in a special position to be able to do that job, and the sort of salary in the position right now is not fair. And in regards to Arbor Day, I just want to thank Tracy Drake for her efforts. Having worked with her on Parks and Recreation Commission, she's an amazing member of the Torrance community. Thank you for your time.
Mayor, moving on to the next caller. Danielle A., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Yes, I'm calling on oral communications.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Thank you. It's been over 2 years since Officers Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concanon murdered Christopher DeAndre Mitchell while he was complying with conflicting orders. It's time to fire them. It's time to charge them with murder and get them off the streets of Torrance. And it's time to create a civilian oversight commission of the police department. That is very basic. You've been instructed to do that like 3 years ago, I think, and it hasn't been done. So, kind of weird. This just keeps not happening. I don't really know what to say, but we keep calling, and there has been no justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell or his family.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Pat B., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Yes, I'm calling on 9A and general comment.
Thank you. Your 2 minutes starts now.
So, regarding Arbor Week, that's a lovely idea. The trees are a very precious part of our world and of the city of Torrance, and it's nice to see that this council is acknowledging the need to care for our environment in that respect. If only you all valued the lives of Black people in your city as much as you value your trees. I mean, last month you paid lip service for Black History Month, but it's obvious that gesture was empty from your complete disregard of the lives of Black people like Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, his mother Sherilyn, and their family. I do hope that your concern for the care of the city's trees isn't as artificial as your concern for our Black community members. Regarding 9A, which I should be getting another minute for, if I'm not mistaken, rather than 2 minutes. But anyway, this council has generally been dangerously lax in its attitude toward COVID-19 safety protocols and an ongoing pandemic that disproportionately has killed Black and brown people. I hope that your decisions in this meeting will step up COVID safety precautions and community relief to keep Torrance residents genuinely safe, housed, and financially well. But again, given your disregard to the lives of Black people in your city who were murdered by Torrance police like Christopher was murdered by Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concanon, I fear that this council will fail to take any truly bold steps to protect citizens from COVID-19 either. General comment. First, to the dude who was saying BLM and their supporters of Christopher's fam are going about the wrong way. You don't know what you're talking about. Leave the organizing to the organizers, pumpkin. And to this council, fire Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concanon and create a civilian oversight commission to hold your trash-ass, murderous-ass police department accountable for once in your lives. Do the right thing. Care for your citizens authentically. Don't just pretend to do that. Do your jobs authentically. Don't just pretend to do that. Actually create a culture and environment.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. Moving on to the next caller. David W., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Sure, I'm calling about general oral communications. Can you hear me?
Yes. Thank you, sir. Your 1 minute starts now.
Thank you very much. I'm concerned about the people calling in and the use of profanity. I looked up something by John Lewis. He said, whenever you see something that is not right, not fair, not just, you have to do something. You have to speak up, speak out, and make a little noise. Whatever you do, do it in an orderly, peaceful, a nonviolent fashion. That's not what I'm hearing coming from the people who are concerned about this police matter. Also, I think it's unfair for the organizers to require the poor mother to relive her trauma on these calls. I think it's a form of disrespect, if not torture, and I ask you to please stop doing that. Also, I understand that the City Council has legal reasons that they're unable to respond to what you're asking for. And also, I agree with the man who said you're barking up the wrong tree. You need to be talking somewhere else where they can actually do.
Mayor, the caller was disconnected because his time was up. Moving on to the next caller. JL, you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Yes, I am calling on general comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
First, I want to address the caller just beforehand. You need to continue to leave the organizing to the organizers, aka us at Black Lives Matter. Do not refer to our leaders like John Lewis like you actually understand what he was talking about, because clearly in your delivery you do not. Back to you, this council. For 2 years, over 2 years now, we have demanded that you fire Matthew Concannon and Anthony Chavez. That is actually something that your council can do. We asked, or demanded, for you guys to commit civilian oversight. That is actually something in your power that you can do. So there is no need to go anywhere else when we know that you guys have the power to do so. What you lack is actual character and morale to actually do what your job title demands you to do. Create a civilian oversight.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Mary Ann D., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Oral communications.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Yes, I'm calling to yet again demand that you fire Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon and create a civilian oversight commission and stop cutting off Christopher's mother, who calls in of her own volition, and any kind of torture that she is being put under is caused by you. It is this process. It is lack of an oversight commission. It is lack of justice that you have the ability to give her. I yield my time.
Mayor, moving on to the next caller. Pork Chop, you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Excuse me, did you say Pork Chop?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I would like to speak on 9G, 8B, and oral communications.
Thank you, sir. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. First of all, I like to do my oral. I would like to know everybody. I have a YouTube channel. It's called Andy Porkchop, and I wish more people watch it. This week, I uploaded videos about the Torrance Fire Department coming to the beach again. They did not stop for a long time because they saw Andy Porkchop running after with the camera, and that was Rescue TR-96. So as the fire chief, what the heck they were doing at the beach? They are like 5 or 6 miles away station, and tell them to go out to Hawthorne Boulevard and Carson Street corner, and tell them they did the job very nicely. Okay, the other one is I'm going to put on a video about the Christmas tree lights, but that's the other thing. I'm going to do that other part. All right, I made a video about Frankie the Ficus. Finally, the city of Torrance did a good thing and tried to extend the left-turn lane pocket on Pacific Coast Highway and Palos Verdes Boulevard, and these homeowner association members and 2 Redondo Beach Council members came there with their bullhorns and stopped the project what you guys worked over 2 years on. So, thank you to saving Frankie the Ficus. It's a tree, but I recommend that the Redondo Beach city officials take ficus, the Frankie the ficus and plant it on the north side of PCH there, where they don't have absolutely no trees. Save the tree, plant it in front of that newly built shopping center or whatever they build there. There is absolutely no tree there. Take the tree, give the tree to them, and finish the left-turn lane, because they don't want to mitigate the traffic. Those idiots, they don't care about the people standing on Pacific Coast Highway waiting for a left turn for 3 minutes. Now, go back to one more thing on my free speech. I went to the Delano Center on Saturday. Oh boy, what a show was there. I couldn't decide what was it. Thank God it was no arrest at all. Finally today, after 2-hour investigation, I find that nobody was arrested, but a bunch of teenagers were, herded out of there. Matucci, you should have seen it. Great work from the police department. But they had to call 5 different agencies. They called Redondo Beach. They called, Palos Verdes. They called Hawthorne. They called the sheriff department. They called El Segundo. El Segundo police showed up.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Trisha B., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
9G.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hi, this is Trisha Blanco. I'm a member of the Seaside Ranchers neighborhood and also the president of the neighborhood association. And I'm calling to thank the staff, city workers, and mayor and council for the great support you've given us in the last couple of years in particular in maintaining civility and safety during the holiday lights displays in Sleepy Hollow. In the last 2 years, Sleepy Hollow has become significantly calmer, safer, and more orderly due to the installation of the emergency access lanes and the roaming vendors ordinance, the cottage industry ordinance for families that sell out of their homes, and also the TPD presence. We're really very grateful. I wanted to clarify a financial matter regarding the TPD presence. The Neighborhood Association has nothing to do, and neither does the neighborhood, with when TPD.
Mayor, the caller was disconnected because her time was up. Moving on to the next caller. John K., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on? John K., are you still on the phone?
Yes, John Kaji.
Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
I'm calling on items 9E and 9H.
Thank you. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and honorable members of the council. First, in addressing item 9E, I am in opposition to any change in the next election currently scheduled for June 7th, 2022. The change would cost the Torrance taxpayers more than $600,000. And at a time when COVID has shut down small businesses, resulting in the layoff of thousands of workers, and has cost millions of dollars in lost tax revenue to the city, Torrance cannot afford this expensive and unnecessary change. Please vote to maintain the June 7th, 2022 election date. Next, on item 9H, related to Metro. In the early 2000s, in the Little Tokyo district of Los Angeles, I was involved in creating community opposition to Metro's plan to place the regional connector on grade running through the center of the Little Tokyo community. As a result of community opposition, we were able to successfully lobby for an additional $400 million of federal funds, which enabled the regional connector to be placed below grade and fully underground. I would urge Metro and the impacted cities to seek federal infrastructure funds to create a below-grade rail system under Hawthorne Boulevard. Thank you.
Mayor, moving on to the next caller. DJ, you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Public comment 6B and 9B.
Thank you, sir. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Okay. You dishonorable KKK Klans members, also known as council folk. Let me start by saying Black Lives Matter, defund the police, reimagine public safety, and end police associations. My name is BJ, and I'm a concerned Angelino calling in solidarity with the family of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell and demanding accountability for the slaying of Christopher. Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. I support Ms. Sherilyn in demanding justice for her son because you refuse to use your power and duty to support transformative justice. This was especially apparent when you had your police flunkies put a baton to Ms. Sherilyn's neck. We have demanded that you as politicians fire Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon. As an attorney, I can opine that you have the authority to do so without any other legal case considerations. Not doing so is a failure of leadership and tacit support of white supremacist, domestic terrorist killers, otherwise known as Torrance police killer cops. Also, create a civilian oversight committee. It's been over 3 years since an LA County grand jury ruled that you as a political party must do so. But instead, you are silent and inactive like the oppressive liberal white supremacists you each are deep down. You enjoy just profiting off blood money, off the status quo, and keeping the people not expecting more from those in power. That's disgusting. The erasure of black life exemplified by this committee's inability to even say Christopher DeAndre Mitchell's name and trash-faced Matucci's uncomfortability and childish body language echo the racial oppression of the 20th century. But you understand we aren't going back. 6A is about some goddamn trees. That's what you will take action for as a community matter? You each have horrendous souls as evidenced by your silence and arbitrary actions of bullshit. All while your employees put black people with civil and due process rights in the dirt without justice. 9B is some review to determine the extent of COVID. I wonder if you studied the extent of racial oppression done by the Torrance Police Department. So, I just want Ms. Sherilyn Haynes to know that we love her, that we support her. Black Lives Matter. Say his name, Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. Say his name, Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. I just hope Matucci knows that he's a disgrace to all human beings and anyone with any type of power, as well as fury because he won't even show his face, just like a straight bitch. So it's just ridiculous. You guys are all some hoes, and really, fuck you. And, all your family should be ashamed of you. I hope no one looks up to you. I hope if anyone thinks of you as mentors, that they find somebody else, because you're all horrible people. And not only that, you're a disgrace to your faith, you're a disgrace to your community, you're a disgrace to your ancestors, you're a disgrace to, everybody that has a critical mind. And I have nothing good to say about any of you people on these calls after hearing this.
Mayor, the caller was disconnected because his time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Adam S., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Oral communication.
Thank you, sir. Your 1 minute starts now.
Great. To the person who earlier poorly attempted to quote John Lewis, I ask that person to read Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s letter from a Birmingham jail in 1963, specifically regarding the white moderate. Dr. King said, "Shallow understanding from people of goodwill is more frustrating than absolute misunderstanding from people of ill will. Lukewarm acceptance is much more bewildering than outright rejection." You, caller, compared people calling into this city council meeting as torture to the mother of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. Think about that. People who deeply care about Ms. Sherilyn amplifying her demand for justice in this room being accused of being the torturers. In this room of elected officials whose cowardice allows the murderers of Ms. Sherilyn's son, Christopher, to continue to work. You gotta have your priorities, bro. Y'all need to fire Matthew Concannon and Anthony Chavez. You need to create the civilian oversight of this police.
Mayor, the caller was disconnected because his time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Lorraine, you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Yes, I'm calling on 9H, the Metro on Hawthorne. I've been living here 50 years on 182nd and Hawthorne, and I honestly couldn't believe that that's even being considered, that Hawthorne Boulevard would be considered for a metro. It's already congested, the problems that come with that. There's new construction that's going to be happening, bringing in more people in cars. If there's eminent domain, you're messing up with people's lives and homes. And so use your common sense and use the track that's over there behind Target. Thank you.
Mayor, moving on to the next caller. Laura H., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
General comments.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Yes, I just want to say a big shout out to Engine 93. They responded to a fire at our facility in the city of Torrance, and they were very responsive. They were empathetic. They cleaned up after the incident, went above and beyond to educate us, tell us what happened as best their knowledge. And also want to say that Councilman Aurelio Matucci went above and beyond by coming to our facility and helping us clean up on the day of the tragedy. So big shout out to Engine 93 and all the firefighters that helped put out the fire at our facility on that day. And I want to thank the councilman as well. Thank you.
Mayor, moving on to the next caller. Gina V., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Oral communications.
Thank you, ma'am. Your 1 minute starts now.
I would like to invite you all to think about what it must feel like for the mother of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell to have to listen to people calling in and talking about firefighters who show up to save and rescue people when no one showed up to save and rescue her son. In fact, her son was hunted and gunned down in a parking lot in Torrance, and you force her to show up here week after week. You absolutely have to create a civilian oversight committee. We cannot continue to do this here. You have to fire the officers who killed her son, Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon. You are on the wrong side of history. Each and every week you refuse to act in this tragic matter. This body of local government can only be as racist as its least racist member. You've got at least one full-fledged card-carrying Klan or QAnon member on this board, and probably even more. The reckoning is...
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Cindy A., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Oral communication.
Thank you, ma'am. Your 1 minute starts now.
Good evening, Mayor Fury and council members. Thank you for this time to speak. I would like to talk about our city parks, the city Toyota Sports Complex, and ask that you please seriously consider opening up these facilities to our youth. Our students have been doing their best to comprehend and deal with all the challenges associated with COVID, and now we are at a point where we are introducing students back into athletics again. Opening local parks, putting basketball hoops back, getting the Toyota Sports Complex open are essential in keeping our youth and young people in our community healthy, well, physically and mentally. Please, I'm asking you to seriously consider reopening up all of these facilities and putting them in line with what local authorities, the state, are doing and allowing recreational leagues, club leagues for various sports. And
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because her time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Cheryl Lynn, you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Oral communication.
Thank you, ma'am. Your 1 minute starts now.
Stop protecting these trigger-happy killer cops. They murdered my son. They stole his life. My son will be 26 years old this year. Now I have to live this life without him. I am hurt. I'm angry. I'm furious with this city council because I know it's something you guys can do. Fire Anthony Chavez and fire Matthew Concannon. Get them off the street. They need to be held accountable. I demand that they be held accountable. I love you guys, too. Keep on calling and supporting me. I don't care about the people who call in and say all that stuff about my son, because I know my son, and he didn't deserve to die. I miss him dearly. It hurt me daily. And I'm hurt. It's so sad that I have to live this life without him. But you know what?
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. David K., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Yes, oral communications. And first of all...
1 minute starts now.
Thank you. First of all, shame on you for every time that you cut off the mother of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell trying to voice her concerns and her emotions and demanding only the most basic, simple, and reasonable reforms. Firing the officers, Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon, who murdered her son, and creating a civilian oversight commission of the Torrance Police Department. What does it cost? What is the value? Do you think about that? What is the value of a single constituent's life who is murdered by police with absolutely no repercussions? We demand that you fire these officers and that you can create a civilian oversight commission because it's the right thing to do. How do you sleep with yourselves at night? That's the part that I don't understand. And if you don't get it, we'll keep calling. And we will keep calling until you do.
Mayor, the caller was disconnected because his time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Torrance Patriot, you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Hi, yes. 9B, 9H, and orals.
Thank you. Your 3 minutes now.
Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Lynn City Council. I forgot to say that last week. And I want to say I stand in solidarity with the City Council and the Fire Department and our Police Department, who all do a great job, and they keep us safe. I also want to thank all first responders. And now to get into stuff. Last week when I asked about vaccines for COVID, I was just making a point or posing a question. If somebody has 4 comorbidities, they probably might want the vaccines that are like the Pfizer or the Moderna and not the Johnson & Johnson. I know that all of them are great vaccines. I was just asking the question as to if possibly we would be able to, either wait for the one we want or, do we have a choice? So I don't want to make a huge deal out of it, but I just wanted to clarify myself. I know we all need to get it, and I will get it. No matter what they tell me, I will get whatever they tell me. Okay. And the Metro Hawthorne Boulevard is way too crowded enough to stick a Metro line in between. If it's anything like in Long Beach, making left-hand turns, trying to, get around things, it would be just disastrous. And I would also caution about building a tunnel. You never know what could happen in that whole situation. I think they tried that in Hollywood, had cave-ins and stuff. So that's what I wanted to say about that, and I would not want that to happen. And now to get into some truth. Last week, I think I possibly was cut off just like everybody else, and I don't mind it. But I do want to clarify. My statement is Black lives do not matter any more or any less than any other life. I value all life equally. Nobody should be put above anybody else. And I just want to clarify that because the young girl that followed me made a comment, so just want to clarify that. And I will never apologize for being white to the other callers that called. And I encourage everybody to just never apologize for who you are. I stand for the flag and I kneel for the cross and my God. That's me. Sister Sherilyn, God bless you, but your son did it to himself. All right? God bless. Bye-bye.
Mayor, moving on to the next caller. Corrine, you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Oral communications.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
So good evening, Mr. Mayor and dishonorable members of the Torrance City Council. I'm calling in solidarity and in, honestly, complete honor to be in solidarity with Ms. Cheryl Lynn and Black Lives Matter. I'm calling to echo the fierce urgency of now, quoting Martin Luther King, to create a civilian oversight committee and fire the murderers that exist in the Torrance Police Department, the murderers that you continuously choose to bankroll every day, every year. Starting first with Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon. Like Ms. Sherilyn said, get those cops, get those trigger-happy murderers off the street before they kill somebody else, and you have more blood on your hands. And I just want to say, do you know how sick and twisted you have to be?
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Rick J., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on? Rick J., are you still on the phone?
Yes.
Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on, sir?
Oral.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hi, my name is Rick Jacoby, and I'm the president of the Dog Obedience Club of Torrance. And our club has been in existence since 1951. We're a charter club of Torrance. We've been social distancing since day one. We work our classes 8 to 10 feet apart from each other out in the park. And I would like to know what it would take for us to start our classes back up. As you well know, dogs have been on the upswing of being purchased. And as a result, I get phone calls, emails, texts to figure out when we're going to start our classes back again. But I can get no response from the city. I can get no response from the LA County Public Health Department on what it's going to take for us to start our classes back again. So I'd appreciate any help we could get through our liaison, Joyce Bell, through the Parks and Rec Department, so we can get our classes back starting and start helping the residents of the city of Torrance get their dogs back in control. Thank you.
Mayor, moving on to the next caller. Louise S., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Hi, yeah, I'm calling on general public comment.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
So I'm again calling in solidarity with Black Lives Matter and Sherilyn, the mother of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, to uplift her demands that this council have Officers Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon fired, and that this council establish a civilian oversight commission to hold Torrance police officers accountable when they do terrible things like steal the life of their black residents in Torrance. There's nothing on this earth that Christopher could have possibly done to justify his life being stolen. Nothing. And last I checked, all of those allegations that people keep liking to throw out under cute little fake names when they call in to accuse him of, none of those, per our law.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Bob J., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
I'm calling to speak on 6A and public comment.
Thank you, sir. Your 2 minutes starts now.
So I just want to say this person, Torrance Patriot, just sounds like an idiot. When someone isn't smart enough to think with a high frequency beyond the status quo, that's what they sound like. So I just want to apologize to, Miss Cheryl Lynn Haynes and let her know that Christopher DeAndre Mitchell's life mattered, and that to say that you only believe all lives are mattered equally is such a colorblind and really tone-deaf statement to the world that we live in. where there's a constitution, a founding document that defines certain people as 3/5 of a human being. But, some people might not remember that about their history, but want to talk so much about what they know about society. But I just want to say it's disgusting that you haven't fired Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon after over 2 years of demands by not only Black Lives Matter and your constituent, Sherilyn Haynes, but by the people not only that see you as evil slave masters and slave catchers, but those that are cursed as those that love blood money. I hope you capitalists disgust me. I hope you know how horrible you are as people and the need that you need to find and found a civilian oversight committee because you are spineless, horrible leaders. And John Lewis was my frat brother, and he's not right about respectability politics. Fuck that. And fuck you if you think that's okay. Black Lives Matter, defund the police, end police associations. Christopher DeAndre Mitchell's life mattered. Black Lives Matter. All Black Lives Matter. End police associations. And if that was so hard to understand, don't feed.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his time was up. Moving on to the next caller. William, you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Oral communication on 9H.
Thank you. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Yes, so first, 9H, just really happy to see Torrance joining the sister cities nearby and having a metro in the city. So just really proud of all of the work that you guys are doing. Two, something else that I'm really proud of what the city's doing is bringing Raising Cane's and all of this business back in Torrance. I do, however, think that the traffic in Hawthorne, as a result, might need a little attention or help from some folks. There's just too much traffic right now in that area, and maybe because it just opened. But congrats to whoever's involved in that, bringing more business to Torrance. Oral communication, just really happy with everything that you guys are doing, and keep up the good work. That's it. I yield my time.
Mayor, moving on to the next caller. Michelle R., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
Yes, I will oral communication.
Thank you. Your 1 minute starts now.
So I really want to address the fact that the mayor was so a point to make sure that he was there with the community during a fire or whatever that was, but he wasn't there for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell's mother and has her call in every single week to demand the basics. Like, this is really appalling. Like, you won't even have your face on screen, but you can go and you can support your white residents, but you have nothing to say when it comes to your black and brown. I'm really quite embarrassed. Also, the demands of the families are really basic. Create a civilian oversight. That's part of your job. Also, fire Matthew Concannon and the other guy, because they are killers. I'm pretty sure they've already...
Mayor, moving on to the next caller. Ann T., you are now unmuted. Can you please state what agenda item you're calling on?
9A and general comment.
Thank you. Your 2 minutes starts now.
City Council, I do want to thank you for creating a COVID memorial. However, I do want it noted that the normal death rates and our current death rate under COVID, the COVID death rate, are ironically the same or very similar. And I think if we do put memorial on COVID, it needs to be on the disaster that politicians caused on our society and on our businesses. That needs to be what we remember on March 1st, that it was a horrible virus. The death rate, our death rates were the same, as they had been in previous years. And I hope that we never lose sight of what happens when you have people who try to manipulate humanity. And secondly, Sherilyn, as a parent, my heart goes out to you. Losing a child is very difficult. But I do want to ask, where were all these people who care for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell before he passed away? He had had a life of crime. He needed help. Where were you all when he needed help? You didn't help him. And the other thing, Sherilyn, you had the privilege of God creating you with the skin color that matches up with political beliefs. And because of that, if you had been any other nationality, Chinese, Korean, Scandinavian, and this had happened to you, your Black Lives friends, they wouldn't be with you. They wouldn't be cussing at the city council. They wouldn't be supporting you. Your lawyer friend, he wouldn't be there for you because there's no money in it. You need to understand consequences happen because there wasn't anybody there for DeAndre when he was alive and needed help. He had a life of crime. He just needed a blasted car. He stole a car because he needed a...
Mayor, the caller was disconnected because her time was up, and there are no more calls in queue, and this concludes oral comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We move on with the agenda. The next item will be item 8, our consent calendar. Do any council members wish to pull any items listed under the consent calendar? See none, I'll take a motion to approve the consent calendar. Councilmember Chen.
I move to approve consent calendar. Only on one item, 8A.
And 8B. 8B. And now we need Councilmember Kalani.
I will second that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. We move on to item 9, administrative matters. 9A is from the city manager to provide a COVID-19 recovery update and determine direction on orders from the County of Los Angeles and the State of California regarding COVID-19. Mr. Shaparian, I believe.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Adam Shaparian, City Manager, Honorable Mayor, and members of the City Council. The city continues with our recovery efforts in compliance with the protocols issued by LA County. And as of this evening, Torrance, LA County is reporting 6,728 cases with 175 deaths. While these numbers are concerning, we are making great strides in the overall response to COVID-19, Your Honor. LA County still remains in the most restrictive widespread, which on the color chart is purple, here of the state's blueprint for a safer economy. However, in more promising news, LA County's adjusted case rate is reported at 12.3 cases per 100,000 people. The test positivity rate is 2.3%. To move to the lower tier, known as the substantial red tier, the county adjusted case rate needs to be between 4.0 to 7, and the positivity rate needs to be between 5% to 8%. And as of February 26, state guidance allows for outdoor youth and adult recreational sports, including moderate contact and high contact sports, to resume practice, training, and competitions in counties where the case rate is at or below 14 cases per 100. And later on in this update, I will have Mr. John LaRock, Community Service Director, provide update as to the City of Torrance opening efforts, as we heard from many of the callers this evening. LA County's adjusted case rate is 12.3 per 100,000. County protocols are being revised to align with the new state guidelines, and city protocols will be adjusted as well. Moderate contact sports include baseball, field hockey, softball, and volleyball, all outdoors at this time. High contact sports include football, basketball, rugby, soccer, and water polo, all outdoors. Granted, you can play water polo, I assume in most places indoors. LA County Department of Health announced that schools can reopen for grades TK through 6th grade. Schools are permitted for on-site learning if the school is in the compliance with state and county directives. Here in Torrance, TUSD has requested the Community Service Department restore a modified after-school program starting in March for Fern Elementary School first and second grades and expanded through fifth grade as they return. The program will be held at adjacent Greenwood Park, and we are looking at remaining school sites for additional on-campus or adjacent park space for after-school programming. Effective this week, several additional sectors became eligible to receive the COVID-19 vaccine, including emergency services, food and agriculture, and education. The City of Torrance has consolidated the latest vaccine distribution information on one page and will utilize all available social media outlets to share this information. The page can be found at www.cityoftorranceca.com/vaccination-info. The Torrance Fire Department has already received approval from LA County to host our own community clinic and have submitted a request for a vaccine shipment. Unfortunately, as most of us have been following the news, at this time there are no vaccines available, at least for Torrance directly. We continue to actively engage with LA County and our community partners in hopes of getting access to available doses and to begin distribution to those in phases 1B. If you're a Torrance resident interested in receiving a vaccine, we encourage you to check regularly, and I emphasize regularly, on county state websites to determine when you are eligible to schedule an appointment at one of the county, state, or pharmacy clinic sites. I must also mention pharmacy sites such as CVS and Walgreens are sometimes releasing available appointments to those qualified in the various tiers, specifically 65 above healthcare workers, as well as the emergency, food, agriculture, and educators. TFD, in partnership with Diddy Company Mary, was able to administer 240 vaccines to residents at the retirement communities of Brookdale and New Horizons. TFD is finalizing plans to vaccinate an additional 50 individuals at New Horizons who have difficulty moving around. And prior to this call, we received communications from LA County with the opportunity for additional mobile testing targeted to our seniors. And Ms. Katie Wan, our EOC director, has made contact for follow-up. Again, as I wrap up, the health and safety of our employees, their families, our community members continue to be city's top priority. I would like to once again thank our community staff, residents for their continued efforts in keeping our positive cases to a minimum. Myself, Chief Serna, Katie Wan, and Mr. John LaRock, who I will turn over now, are available for any questions you may have. I think we'll turn a corner, and if we just continue to work together, we'll be able to hopefully get to a better place as a community. Thank you, Honor. Mr. LaRock?
Thank you, Aram. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. John LaRock with Community Services Department. As you may be aware, on February 24th, the LA County adopted the state guidance regarding youth and adult sports, which created a tiering of different sports types in relation to the tiering of various counties and their case rate per 100,000 residents. They have now since updated that February 24th guidance with an addition just issued today, March 2nd, which further expands the table of sports and adds some additional low contact and moderate contact sports to the higher tiers of orange and yellow, which we are still a ways off from reaching. Regardless, our examination of the new health protocols does allow us to take some initial actions to try and restore as many recreational opportunities for our community as possible. The first of those would be to restore the basketball rims to all of the park basketball courts. The time from which they were removed during the crisis has been spent updating the backboards, refurbishing the rims. So when those restorations are done over the next week, we will have nice new-looking basketball courts to welcome the community back. We will be posting signage that we direct that games not be played between various separate households, that play be done amongst households as per the health guidelines, and that all other safety protocols be followed. We are also going to take the initial steps to restoring our adult softball programming. We have a very, very active league, typically 160 teams in a calendar year. We're going to reduce that capacity into half, so 80 teams commencing play somewhere near the end of April, following registration and a number of health protocol requirements, including the waiver process, which I'll get into in a moment. The other thing we're going to do is add competitive play to our youth basketball clinics. We've been running skills and drills for that group for some time, starting the second version of that camp. We will be adding competitive play to that as per the health guidelines. That's a fully supervised camp by our staff, so we have a really high proficiency of enforcing the health rules. What we were also doing is doing advanced work for our field rentals, particularly for those from the AOASO 14 and 15 districts who use the Toyota Sports Complex and other major park fields to prepare them for the resumption of play, provided they are amenable to both the city's permit and also as we have a legal analysis performed on the LA County Health Order, has provided an informed consent document that all participants and coaches in any competitive or moderate or high contact sport, as per the chart, must acknowledge, complete, and sign and have on file with both the sports league and the city. We already have a robust waiver created by our legal department, and we believe it surpasses what the county has issued. Once we get that legal determination, we will either be able to continue our advancement of those league play based on our current waiver, or worst case scenario, we will issue a modified waiver to again get them permissed to activate on the fields. So we are not far off from AOASO being able to commence. We are being deliberate for the reasons of safety and to follow the health orders, which, as you know, have the force of law. I know that there was another caller during the orals that mentioned the dog training classes. We have done outreach to the dog training classes. They have indicated to us that they are unable to conduct their classwork in a socially distanced manner. It just doesn't communicate well for their groups. So as we continue to work with LA County Park and Recreation Department and the LA County Health Department, we are advocating for those adult-oriented classes and programs which are going to be considered much more high risk because of close contacts amongst adults, which are obviously a higher risk category than the youth, which is really the crux of this new guidance from the county on the 24th and March 2nd. So that's what I wanted to cover this evening. We're all available for any questions should you have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Laurel. Councilmember Matucci has his hand up for a question.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, it's actually not much of a question, more of a little venting session. We're a year into this, and we're still literally screwing around with what the county and the state want. We've gone through many flattening of the curves over the last 12 months. I've suggested in the past that we take a stronger action towards, against, I should say, the county and state. Of course, we didn't, but I bet in retrospect, a lot of us wish that we did. We've destroyed many people's lives, both here in Torrance and really across America and across the world, but I can only speak for Torrance. By us not taking a stronger stance, we've contributed to destroying a lot of people's lives. And when are we going to learn that we can't stop viruses? Yeah, we can try to slow it down. We cannot stop viruses. This is like the unstoppable virus, okay? And it's probably no different than any virus that we've had in the past. It might be deadlier, might be more contagious, might be this, might be that. But at what cost? At what cost are we going to destroy a lot of people's livelihood? What we're doing to the kids is evil. Evil. That's the only word I can think of, evil. I see it with my kid. He's 9 years old, and now he's going to start school from 12:30 to 3. You know what that means? That if you're a single parent having to go to work, you can't. If you're a two-income household, only one can go to work. We're putting a lot of strain on people. Then for what? Kids are, I'm not going to say immune to this, but they have a much better chance of getting through this. Most people are getting through this just fine. I'm one of them. I had COVID in December. My whole family had COVID. We all had COVID. I even had a friend that passed away. So I don't want to hear like the comments coming in, insensitive. I have a friend that passed away of COVID. But is it enough to shut down literally a country? Okay? What we did is we put the very thing that I think in America we love is the freedom to actually go out and provide for our families. We chopped that away. This past 12 months has been a disaster. A disaster. It didn't have to be a disaster, but the problem is once you put a very delicate task in the government's hands, any government, starting from here, City Hall, all the way to the federal government, once you put that task in their hands, in the government's hands, you know it's going to be a destructive path. You want to destroy something, give it in the government's hands. Okay, we failed. We failed as a city dealing with this. We failed. We failed. As a city, we failed. Hundreds of businesses shut down in Torrance. Ask the business licensing department how many checks came in, how many are missing, how many haven't renewed, or how many renewed but barely hanging on and might be closing down. How many places do you drive by do we see for lease signs? So all I can say is that the schools need to open up full time so people can get back to work if they even have a job to go back to. Okay? The businesses, the parks, we're putting all these restrictions, taking the hoops off. For goodness sake, we're America. Keep the hoops up. And you know what? You put a disclaimer. COVID's around. If you get sick, it's on you. For goodness sake, the county, the state. Does anybody making decisions have kids or a lack of income? Kids to take care of at home? No, because our governor has private schools that he's taking his kids to. LA Health receiving almost $500,000 a year. Her paycheck didn't stop at any time. But guess what? My wife's did. My wife's paycheck did stop. Not hers. Not Barbara Ferrer, making almost $500,000 a year. Okay, so yes, I'm upset because I have a 9-year-old at home that's telling me that he's depressed. So yes, I'm upset at our government and the people making these stupid decisions. I'm upset. I'm upset at the fact that we can't figure it out as a city how we're going to push back and get these businesses open. We're still at the highest tier. Do you realize that 14 and 100,000 is basically filling the Rose Bowl full of people, and out of that all those people, 14 of them are infected, and you shut down basically a country. Because LA County is basically the sizes of most countries. You shut down a whole country and basically the whole state right now because 14 out of the people that went to the Rose Bowl, actually the Rose Bowl has less than 100,000, I think 93,000, but figure 100,000 people is approximately how many people fit in the Rose Bowl. 14 of them are infected and you shut down everything. Never in the history of the United States have we destroyed so many lives. Livelihood, businesses, life savings gone. Had somebody contacted me tonight that they're losing their house. Why? Because COVID shut them down. Shut them down enough to where they can't recuperate. I'm sorry if I get heated about this, but guys, we need to put an end to this. We need to reopen the schools. We need to reopen the businesses at 100%. None of this 2.5 hours in the afternoon thing. We need to get back to work and pay our bills. I do, and I bet you a lot of people out there need to do the same. So let's stop with this, level this, level that, fight back. Because you know what? I think this is going to be prolonged months. Months. They're trickling, throwing us a bone here and there. We need to take action. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Chen.
Thank you, Mayor. I need to take a pause because I wasn't sure what I was thinking, make a transition here. I appreciate Councilmember Matucci's comment. What I was really getting at is I was actually, very delighted that Mr. John LaRock came and broke the news on how fast we are actually responding to getting our parks open, to allow the kids to play. I mean, I resonate that, let them play. I know one of the email that came in this afternoon about, allowing AYSO and the Toyota Sports Complex, is a hashtag, let them play. And I just want to thank Mr. LaRock and Aram and your staff. I know that, the situation is stressful because we are under orders and we're moving as fast as we can. As soon as the county changed the criteria, Mr. LaRock is right on it. So please continue to fight for our kids, for our community, while being safe at it. And I just want to express my appreciation. I appreciate that the schools are moving to try to get the kids in school, and continue to do so, and thankful. Thank you.
Councilmember Griffith.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I would like to just suggest and remind that if we are, in fact, moving forward, as it seems like we are, with opening up businesses further, I would like to see if we could ramp up the efforts of our Economic Development Department to make sure that they're reaching out to the businesses that might be impacted with these changes to help them prepare for their reopening at the appropriate levels that are authorized by the county rules, and give them all the assistance that they can to help them get open as soon as possible, following the guidelines that we're given currently. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? All right. I want to thank staff for all the hard work they've done on this and have done for the last year, keeping up with the orders from the public health in both Los Angeles County and the state of California has been difficult, but as they change orders, we're right on it. With regard to what you said, Mr. Griffiths, is we have a great relationship with our Chamber of Commerce, and we communicate with them, if not a daily basis, every other day at least, sharing the information that we have, as well as they get the information from the county through the representatives from Supervisor Hahn's office. And I don't feel guilty one iota for all the things that we've done to save lives. 175 lives have died in the city of Torrance, and more than 500,000 people have died nationwide because of COVID-19. It's not just the flu. It's not just a cold. It's a very dangerous thing, and hopefully once the vaccines roll out better, we'll see some semblance of normalcy coming back. I think that's it, so I think we need a motion to accept and file. Councilmember Chen.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to accept and file of the report from the city manager.
Councilmember Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. I will second that.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is item 9B from the city attorney and the city manager to review and determine the need to extend our local emergency related to COVID-19. And this is our city attorney, Mr. Sullivan.
Yes, Your Honor. Patrick Sullivan, city attorney. This is the item that we bring forward every couple months for the council to review and decide if they need to extend the state of emergency related to COVID-19. As been stated before, this does not affect any of the orders by the state or the county. This is just to allow the city to adopt its own rules and regulations as it sees fit within its borders. And additionally, it allows the city to seek reimbursement from the state of California and the federal government for its expenditures related to COVID-19. And staff's available for any questions.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from the council? I see none. On this, Ms. Clerk, I need a number and title.
Yes, Your Honor. This is resolution number 2021-20, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, ratifying and extending the existence of a local emergency regarding COVID-19 in the City of Torrance.
Councilmember Griffith?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I move to concur with staff recommendation and adopt resolution 2021-20.
Councilmember Goodrich?
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
I think we move on to 9C, as in Charles, from Finance and Public Works, to approve a First Amendment to Contract Services Agreement to provide utility billing services and customer service support for city's water, sewer, and refuse accounts. Ms. Poison, our Finance Director.
Good evening, Mayor and Torrance City Council. This is Sheila Passan, Finance Director. Item 9C is a recommendation of the Finance Director and Public Works Director. The City Council approve a First Amendment to the Contract Services Agreement with Minole, Inc. of Addison, Texas, in the amount of $675,300 annually, plus postage, with a 3% escalator starting in year 3, to provide utility billing, services, and customer service support for the city's water, sewer, and refuse accounts for a 7-year period beginning May 1st, 2021, and ending April 30th, 2028. Minole has been providing the city with its services for the past 5 years, and staff is very satisfied with their performance as they meet and exceed the performance measures agreed upon per the original contract. Minole has also agreed to waive the 3% escalator for the first 2 years of the extension, saving the city approximately $41,000. Staff from the Finance and Public Works Department are available for questions.
Thank you, ma'am. Are there any questions from the council? Councilmember Shen.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a question for staff. I'm referring to page 2, second paragraph. And if I read this correctly, it says, amongst the support staff are a minimum of 4 to 5 full-time customer service agents, 3 team leads, 1.5 dedicated staff members for billing, reconciliation, and reporting, 4 developers, 2 system analysts, and a director that supports technology. The beginning of that sentence, paragraph, leads me to believe that this billing support we have is software. And maybe in my head, I'm thinking about software. It's once software has been developed and mature and executing, it seems like there's a lot of manpower for supporting something that seems to be automated, and I wasn't sure. Do we really need 4 to 5 full-time customer service agents? Maybe I just don't quite understand how this software billing works. Maybe you might just help me out a little bit. I know I should have asked a question earlier. It's just I saw the note on my paper.
Councilman, this is Sheila Poisson. In terms of the billing software, it's not just the software in the online portal. It also includes the customer service agents that handle both the calls for service, but also any calls in relation to billing. So they handle several calls, and if anyone has any questions on their bill, it also includes the time for manual labor in terms of paper, sending out the paper bills for all, I believe it's 3 cycles throughout the month. And in terms of additional staff, Minole is able to achieve through economies of scale, really, for the shared shared staff members.
Okay. My guess, my comment is really, it appears to be, based on what you just said, I'm not sure that's 4 to 5 full-time customer service agents. It seems like to me, even one was done, but that's just me. I thought I'd just ask a question maybe in the future. If those are, 4 to 5 full-time dedicated, based on what I just heard.
I should clarify.
Just for Torrance, right? Right.
I see where you're coming from. I should clarify the full-time customer service agents are mainly for service calls, so for the operation side. And it sounded like you were questioning more on the billing end. On the billing end, it is only one staff member. Where we say 1.5 dedicated staff members for billing, the half is a backup in case the one is out. So the 4 to 5 full-time customer service is for service calls to monitor and call our staff to physically go out to their locations.
Okay, and they're full-time only for Torrance, is that correct?
Correct.
And then on top of them, there's 3 team leads to supervise them.
The team leads, I'm not quite sure if I don't think they're 100% dedicated to Torrance.
Okay. I don't need to belabor that so much, Sheila. I'm just suggesting maybe we could look, when the opportunity comes in the future to see if the staffing level provided, even though it's very good, maybe a little bit over than required. That's all. I'm fine. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Councilmember, anybody else have any questions? Councilmember Griffith.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I move to concur with staff recommendation on item 9C.
Councilmember Ashcraft.
I second that.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Moving on to item 9D from the City Manager to adopt a resolution setting pay ranges for all job classes. And I believe Ms. Katie Wand will be handling this.
Yes, Mayor. Thank you so much. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. As the Mayor mentioned, this is Katie Wand from the City Manager's office. Item 9D is a recommendation of the City Manager that City Council adopt resolutions for calendar years 2020 and 2021, setting pay ranges for all job classes in compliance with California Public Employee Retirement System, or CalPERS, requirements for reporting employee pay. This item is being brought forward to maintain compliance with the California Code of Regulations, Section 570.5, regarding the requirement for a publicly available pay schedule. Attached to this item, there are 2 resolutions, one pay schedule for 2020 and another for 2021. Each schedule contains the minimum and the maximum pay for each position, as well as the associated union group and pay basis for each year. All of this information was requested to be included in our salary schedule tables by CalPERS, as the salary schedules included in our current MOUs are formatted slightly different. Moving forward, we will reformat the tables in each respective MOU to ensure that we are in compliance with CalPERS. I am available for any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wand. There's a couple questions. Councilmember Griffiths was first.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I would like to mention that a few folks under oral spoke out about one particular pay on page 7, and that was in regards to the pay to the mayor and city council. And yeah, those numbers are accurate. And the reason the way those numbers are the way they are is because that's what the public has voted for. And over the years, there's been several attempts to change the pay of the council and the mayor, and the public has voted not to give those increases. So I appreciate the public's comments in this regard. It would be nice if the public would feel that we're doing a job that's worthy of more than 58 cents an hour in pay, but it's beyond our ability to change it. And now it's getting so cost prohibitively expensive to put a ballot measure on on the ballot. It's going to be very hard to see this change, but love to see rallying from the public to make that change. Just wanted to primarily update the public on that. Thank you.
And I think the 58 cents is pretty generous because I think they based that on a 40-hour week. So, Councilmember Chen.
Thank you, Mayor. As a matter of fact, I was going to make a comment on the same topic, and I do appreciate at least the two callers doing oral. It's not just page 7. What's the funny thing is page 7 and page 25, if you will. And if I did my math, 2021 to 1947, I think the City Council and Mayor's compensation for the last, just put that in perspective, 74 consecutive years has been 58 cents per hour. I think our city is a little better than that. I know for me to say that, sometimes the optics doesn't look right, but I think, as representative of our city, when we see something that doesn't seem correct, I just want to make sure that, I think we probably should make an adjustment when opportunity comes. Seems like there's never the right time. It's always a bad time, and it always looks bad. But I just want to echo that at the right time, opportunity comes. Love to hear some feedback from the public. I know that in orals, a lot of times we get threatened about voting us out. And last time when the pandemic first started, we were talking budgets. I know there are a lot of comments of people saying, why don't the council members offer to cut their pay by half? A lot of people didn't know why. We all kind of giggled because I don't think the public really knows what the compensation is. And it's been like this for 74 years. I want to repeat one more time. And it's not popular. I think at some point we need to have the courage and do what often is quoted, do the right thing. And I would be for it if the opportunity comes. I know it's painful. I know it looks bad suggesting that you should give yourself a pay raise, if you will. But none of us are in here for the pay. It may give some future opportunities, good candidates to run for office. They're not going to be able to make a living, but perhaps a little bit of put more things in more context and respectable. And we're still here to serve if the residents don't think it should go up. But I believe we are better than that. Thank you.
Thank you. And I would encourage everybody to look at the 27th Amendment to the Constitution, which took more than 200 years to be ratified. And that was because of congressional compensation. So 74 years and 200 years, we've got a ways to go before this hits. Councilmember Goodrich.
I just wanted to concur with the comments so far and add a little bit. I know that traditionally a pay raise for politicians is unpopular, but I disagree with the previous comments that it's unpopular in this case because I've been talking about this for many, many years, and I've yet to encounter a Torrance resident that upon finding out our pay is $100 per month doesn't think that it should be raised. Every single person I've talked to without fail is in complete and utter shock about that. And another reason for eventually increasing this via ballot measure is now that we've moved to district elections, we need a larger candidate pool to be able to pull qualified candidates and get them elected. It's not just 10 people running for 3 seats. You break that down by the districts, and all of a sudden you're looking at only 2 or 3 candidates per district that you get to choose from. So we need a larger pool of candidates from which to pull. And finally, it's just plain good business. If our council members can't afford it, in a city where the average house is approaching $1 million, and if our council members can't afford to do the council duties, we are actually losing out on opportunities for funding. There's many conferences that we as council members attend that we get ideas on how to better our city. Those are important for us to attend, and of course that pulls away from work duties. Funding opportunities, grant opportunities that you learn about by going to different conferences. I can think of one in particular that I brought back to the council that brought us a couple $100,000, and we shouldn't be losing out on those opportunities. This is something that will pay for itself many times over. So it's just good business, and that's all I'll say on that.
Anybody else? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, I think I need a number and title, please, on this. Ratify our 58 cents.
Your Honor, there's actually two numbers in title. The first is resolution
That's what
number
I want.
The first is 2021-21, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, adopting the 2020 pay ranges report for all job classes. The second resolution is resolution number 2021-22, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance adopting the 2020 pay ranges report for all job classes. One is effective January 1st, 2020. One is effective January 1st, 2021.
Thank you. Councilmember Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to adopt resolutions 2021-21 and 2021-22.
I second that.
Councilmember Chen.
I second that.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Mayor, I believe that you're
Moving on to item 9E from the city clerk to discuss and provide direction to the city clerk on election date change. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Your Honor. It's the recommendation that of the City Clerk that City Council discuss and provide direction to the City Clerk on how the City Council would like to proceed regarding the election date change enacted by Senate Bill 970. The City of Torrance Charter, Section 510, states that the general municipal elections shall be held in said city on the same day as the statewide direct primary election in even-numbered years. Senate Bill 970, which was enacted Friday, September 18, 2020, maintains the statewide presidential primary election in March, but moves the statewide gubernatorial primary to June. This means that the City of Torrance municipal election will switch every 2 years between March and June. For example, in 2022, our election will be held on June 7th, 2022. In 2024, our election would be held on March 5th, 2024. In the past, the City of Torrance was prohibited from moving the general municipal election to November of even-numbered years because the Los Angeles County Register Recorder County Clerk was unable to accommodate another agency on the ballot. The RRCC has redesigned the ballot and is now able to accommodate this change if the Torrance residents approve it. The RCC suggested November and even years as an alternative to the primary if the city wished to maintain the municipal election in even-numbered years. The City Council would need to provide direction to the City Clerk to work with the City Attorney to place a measure on the November 2nd, 2021 ballot. The deadline to request consolidation with the RCC and call a special election is Friday, August 6, 2021. The Los Angeles County Register Recorder stated that if the voters approved a measure on the November 2nd, 2021 ballot to move the election from June 7th, 2022 to November 8th, 2022, the change would be effective in 2022, provided the ballot language was clear regarding this change, and again, that the voters approved it. The City Clerk has obtained an estimate for the cost of a special election for the November 2nd, 2021 election, and the cost to place one measure on the ballot is $646,000. The cost to place up to 4 measures on the ballot is $721,000. The cost estimate is attached to the staff report. The City Clerk has contacted 2 local cities currently holding elections. The City of Hermosa was quoted $100,000 by the RRCC for one council race, and the City of Redondo Beach, who is running a standalone election, all-mail ballot, estimated their current election cost at $350,000 for the seats of mayor, 3 council district seats, city attorney, and 3 members of the Redondo Beach School Board. It should be noted that the City of Redondo Beach election is being run by the city clerk with only 1 election consultant and existing city clerk staff. In addition, due to the lack of election companies and lack of election consultants, many of the election processes are being done manually by the internal city clerk staff in addition to their regular daily duties. These include issuing and tracking ballots via an Excel spreadsheet rather than a software program, and manually stuffing the ballot envelopes for those who didn't receive their ballot. Signature verification will also be done in-house. They will be utilizing the RCC's vote-by-mail boxes that are located in their city. It should be noted that the cost of election would increase if they had polling locations and poll workers were needed. I did have the opportunity to visit the City of Redondo Beach last Thursday to preview their ballot counting test, and so I was able to preview the system and how it worked there. None of the ballot information is maintained on a server. It's all maintained on V drives, which are like a flash drive but that are highly secure. To provide an additional perspective to the residents of the city, the last RRCC report to the Secretary of State has the City of Torrance at 94,214 registered voters. The City of Redondo Beach only has 50,009 registered voters, and the City of Hermosa Beach has 15,140 registered voters. So that just kind of gives you a perspective of the amount of ballots that are being handled. The California Constitution, Article 11, Section 5B provides that it shall be competent in all city charters to provide, in addition to those provisions allowable by this Constitution and by the laws of the state, for the conduct of city elections. This was the provision that the City of Redondo Beach used to challenge the California Voter Participation Rights Act, AB 415, and the court found that the law did not apply to charter cities. So if the City Council so chose, we could return to standalone elections, but again, it would be very cumbersome for my office to run a standalone election. The City of Torrance Municipal Code does not currently allow for an all-mail ballot election. On April 21st, 2020, the City Attorney did bring forth an ordinance to add a new Article 8 of Chapter 2 of Division 1 to allow mailed ballots for the City of Torrance. This would have provided the city the option to utilize all-mail ballots. However, City Council chose not to adopt it. If the city wanted to consider returning to standalone elections and doing an all-mail ballot, this ordinance would have to be brought back for consideration. If the City of Torrance returned to standalone elections, consideration would also have to be taken in with regard to what resources are presently available to assist with the election due to limited election consultants and election companies who count the ballots. Ballot counters have to be certified by the Secretary of State. If polling locations and poll workers were required, the city has specific language requirements and would be required to provide poll workers at each polling location who are fluent in these languages. And it's a 3%. If 3% in the city speak those languages, we would have to provide poll workers that speak those languages that work at the poll all day long. Elections Code 1000 provides that established election dates as follows: the first Tuesday after the first Monday in March of even-numbered years, that is evenly divisible by 4. The first Tuesday after the first Monday in March of each odd-numbered years. The second Tuesday of April in each even-numbered years. The first Tuesday after the first Monday in June in even-numbered years, that is not evenly divisible by 4. And the first Tuesday after the first Monday in November of each year. Those are the established election dates, which I would encourage to stay on one of those dates so that we could utilize consolidated elections with the RRCC. Elections Code 1001 states statewide election dates are an election held in November of an even-numbered years, an election held in June of an even-numbered year that is not evenly divisible by 4, and in March of even-numbered years that is not evenly divisible by 4. I did also contact the county for a quote to see if there were price differences between holding an election in November versus June versus March. They did state that there would be price differences. However, they declined to provide me an exact quote. Election Quote 1003 provides that elections held in chartered cities or chartered counties in which charter provisions are inconsistent with Division 1, Chapter 1 of election dates, the above established dates do not apply. which means that the City Council could choose an election date. Again, that we would probably end up doing a standalone election, depending on the date you chose, and we may or may not be able to utilize assistance from the RRCC, depending on what election dates they had on their calendar. Election 1100 states no election shall be held on any day other than a Tuesday, nor shall any election be held on the day before or the day after a holiday. The City Council could choose a Tuesday election date to place on the ballot for voter approval. If the City of Torrance chose a date not on an established election date, there would be no guarantee that the Los Angeles County Register Recorder, County Clerk would be able to allow us to consolidate to run the municipal election. If the City of Torrance returned to standalone elections and chose to remain on the March ballot, the election would be run concurrently with the RRCC's primary every 2 years. The RRCC would be unable to provide the City of Torrance assistance, and in addition, there would be 2 separate ballots for the primary, one for the primary, one for the city, as well as separate polling locations for the 2 concurrent elections, which I think would be confusing to residents. A standalone election is where the city clerk directly runs the election. The city clerk would hire a printing company to print the sample ballot pamphlets, the ballots, the envelopes, etc. The office of the city clerk would send out, receive, and audit the ballots in-house. City clerk staff would perform signature verification and perform all administrative duties associated with the election. A separate company would be hired to count the ballots on election night in the City Council chamber, and police officers or security guards would be needed to protect the process. If the election included polling locations, additional measures would be needed to assist the poll workers to bring the ballots from the polling location into the council chamber. Additional staff would be needed to sit on a precinct board to open ballots and prepare them to be counted. Please note, since AB 415 went into effect, requiring cities to consolidate with the Los Angeles County Register Recorder, County Clerk, there are minimal companies and consultants presently who assist with elections. There are impacts to your choices. The current impact of SB 970 is not just the election moving every 2 years, but the terms of the existing elected official seats who were originally ending in March 2022. By the state moving the date of the election, the mayor, 3 council members, city clerk, and city treasurer terms will automatically extend to June 2022. If the council were to approve a measure on the ballot to change the election from the primary ballot to the general election, the existing elected official terms would be extended to November 2022. Additional impacts to consider are budgetary. An election was not budgeted in the current budget cycle. If the City Council voted to place a measure on the ballot to change the date, funding would have to be identified. Costs of consolidating an election have risen significantly due to the new vote center model, with these costs being passed down to the cities. The city could choose to remain on the primary ballot, which would not affect the current budget to the city. If the city chose to remain on the primary ballot, future elections would occur as follows: June 7th, 2022, March 5th, 2024, June 2nd, 2026, March 7th, 2028, June 4th, 2030, and March 2nd, 2032. That is the end of my staff report, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Poirier. I wanted to make a couple, well, it's actually a correction. You indicated that, and I think you flipped them around because since November of 2004, a ballot measure was done then, and that linked us to the primary election, which was in June. All of the primary elections were in June. So I was elected first to the City Council in June of 2008. I was reelected in June of 12. I was elected mayor in June of 14. I was reelected in June of 18, and my services end in June. It's not been extended. And I think it's just because you flipped them around. In essence, you go back to the November 2004 ballot measure, it was sold to the voters, and it passed, as I look at it, 35,000 to 17,000. So it was a 2-to-1 to change our election date to the date of the primary. And that's a gubernatorial primary in 22, and 24 will be the presidential primary. Last legislative measure to move the presidential primary to comply with Super Tuesday. That's what moved our election to March. So those people actually got a shorter term rather than an extended term. But when that ballot measure was passed back in 2004, the sell to the public was that because it's aligned with the county and the county will be running it, it'll be a lot cheaper. And in fact, I remember specifically a letter from the registrar at the time saying that I think the estimate was $125,000 for an election, and that was for 3 council members and a mayor. And as we've seen, things have changed demonstrably since those days. But in any event, as it sits right now, the legislature of the state of California, if they change the primary date of either the presidential or the gubernatorial, they can make it whatever date they are, and we're stuck with it because the way the ballot measure was in November of 2004 was it changed our city charter to comply with the state primary elections that are held. So, here we are again. This is just 16 years later, and we saw the problems with that. We immediately, and I believe it was the very first election after that, it cost 3 times what the estimate was that the registrar back in those days told the city, and which was published in the ballot measure, which encouraged a 2-to-1 vote in favor of changing our election date. So that's the history of where we got to now. Now we're going to talk about it again. Councilmember Matucci, you're the first one that clicked in.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, for it. If there's anybody that I would trust with an election, is you, Rebecca. You've definitely proven to do a great job in the city clerk's office. This is not much of a question because I really do think that we're in a time that we probably shouldn't even be talking about this, especially with that kind of price tag. We're looking at a minimum of $646,000 just for one item, and this particular item, I just don't see it being too pressing, even though I do feel that having it on the same day for everyone, let's say in June, would actually be beneficial. But I just don't see it being a pressing issue. There are other things that we might want to throw on there in the future as a ballot measure, but I just don't think we're at that point. So I would definitely choose to remain on the primary ballot and save the taxpayers some money right now. And I also do, I wouldn't mind looking into having our standalone, but I definitely would not want to do all mail-in ballot only. I would like to possibly look at getting an estimate as to how much it would be to run our own elections, and but with polling places and mail-in. We could do a combination, like a hybrid. But I definitely want to give the opportunity for people to actually go in and have that voter experience. I do not like the idea that we would have to have a separate ballot than the county ballot. That would, I agree with Poirier, that would actually be confusing. And a lot of times people might misplace it or bring one and not the other. That could definitely create problems. So at this point, I say no, definitely 100% no to spending a penny if we don't have to. $646,000, I'd rather see it being spent on fixing potholes, planting trees, helping the homeless, whatever we want to do, but definitely not going to be supporting to be spending this kind of money on a ballot measure. Thank you.
Councilmember Goodrich.
Thank you, Mayor. Looking for some clarification from the city clerk, because there's this estimated cost of $646,000 figure that's being thrown out there. But would there not also be a cost for an election that we have in March?
Councilmember Goodrich, yes, this estimate is only good for the November 2nd, 2021 election. I did not get a cost estimate for June 2022 yet because they are not providing estimates for it that far out yet.
Okay. And would I be correct in assuming that we can't pull from the past and look at the last March election because, well, I'm trying to remember, did they have the new voting system in place now? Because that's going to change the cost.
Yes, they did, Councilmember. The initial estimate last year was about a little over 500,000, and when the final tally came in, it was less. It was about 400. I think I have 483 around there, 483,000.
So to be clear, I mean, these are purely estimates, but we're not talking about a delta of $0 to $646,000. We're not talking about an additional $646,000. In reality, we might be talking about an additional $150,000, roughly. Is that right?
I'm not sure what your question is asking. If we chose to put any measure on the ballot this year, whether it's for this item or a different item, the quote is $646,000 for a ballot measure. Ballot measures that you have to have a lot of literature printed, your analysis, your for and against arguments. So there's a lot of printing costs associated with it. So that would be the estimate if we were to put anything on this year's November's ballot.
Okay, that clears things up. Thank you for that. That's for a special election, but I'm not seeing. Is there an estimate for November 2022 that was provided?
No, they are not providing any estimates for the elections in 2022 as of yet. I did inquire. They did not provide. They just said that the costs change whether it's in March, June, or November, but they would not give me a cost estimate for 2022.
Okay, got it. If we look at this, I mean, really, it's two questions. It's one, do we have a special election, and two, do we realign dates with November? Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So those are the two questions. That's what it boils down to.
Right. Or council could pick another date. You could choose the date. Right.
Right. Okay. Is there anything to indicate that if we move to November of 2022, that a November 2022 election would be more expensive than a June 2022 election?
The register recorder would only state that there would be different charges for the different elections. They would not give me a quote. So I can't really answer that, having never run a November election before.
Okay. I don't really like the idea and the cost associated with the special election. I do like the idea of moving to November simply because I think it'll increase participation. But that doesn't have to be done right now either. But those are just some thoughts I had on that.
That's it. Councilmember Ashcraft.
Thank you very much. I had an in-depth conversation with our city clerk, and number one, looking at a city clerk and having her office do a standalone election, it just is really time-intensive and burdensome, and in this election climate, I want to say, I feel, personal opinion, that it would leave her office open to a lot of maybe attacks and as was said, Ms. Poirier runs an excellent office, and I would hate to have anything take away from that. And having a standalone election where her office is totally in charge of everything leaves the opportunity for those to say unfair election or whatever else. My vote would be to remain on the primary ballot so as not to impact our budget at a time when we definitely can't afford any more impacts on our budget. I spoke also to our city attorney, regarding charter cleanup language, because as was stated, since we make 68 cents an hour, and that's only if we work 40 hours a week, there's a lot of old language in our charter that really needs to be brought up to date. And that, I guess, is a discussion for another time. And that has options too. So my option would be for our city clerk to bring this back and maybe even look at talking about city charter cleanup language that could possibly be handled in just one ballot measure. But for right now, I can't see changing anything to impact our budget the way it is right now. So that is where I stand. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Griffith.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, City Clerk Poirier. I guess what this is really telling me is that elections have become more and more complicated and more expensive, and I don't think that's doing democracy any favors. I think it's, especially in regards to the cost of adding ballot measures to an election, whether it's a special election or otherwise, just ridiculously high costs now to do so. Really, I think stifles the ability for us to make potentially needed changes and to get the public involved in making decisions that maybe should be altering some of the things that we do at the local government level. And hate to say it, but I really blame the state for making a lot of these changes and then forcing us to absorb the cost of these changes without providing us any funding to help cover these ever-increasing costs. I mean, I know last year we were hit with just in the 2020 election, we were hit with just a gigantic unbudgeted increase in costs, even though it wasn't as bad as they projected. It was still a significantly large increase. And I guess what I could suggest is that hopefully in our budgeting process is that we're budgeting much higher numbers for our election-related activities so that we have more flexibility in making decisions on trying to potentially add a ballot measure or some other needed action so that we don't have to make it a purely financial decision whether we can afford or not to put a ballot measure on the ballot. So I'm hoping in our budgeting process that we can look to increasing our budget for election expense to give us more flexibility in doing things. But at this time, based on our current unfunded and unbudgeted funding for elections, I think we kind of need to leave them the way they are for the time being, and it's not ideal, but I know our residents will work with it. I know as a person who's had to run in a March and June elections, personally I prefer June elections. As a candidate, it's much harder to run a campaign that extends out many, many months, and doing a campaign during Christmas holidays and the winter time and the rainy season is way more difficult than doing it during leading into a summer election. So there's not a whole lot of good I can say in what's going on here, and I think at this point in time we need to maybe lean more on our state legislators to maybe come up with some better solutions for helping local cities conduct elections in a more economical way, as opposed to making it more and more complex and more expensive. So that's really all my comments on this at the moment. Thank you.
Having heard all the comments, Ms. Poirier, I think I'm going to ask for a motion to accept and file because I don't think we're ready to proceed or deny or anything on this at the present time. So if you don't mind, Councilmember Matucci.
Yes, I move to accept and file item 9E.
Councilmember Kalani.
I will second that. Thank you, Mayor.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. We've been here for 2 hours and 18 minutes, 19 minutes. I think it's time for our two-hour break. We'll be back in 10 minutes. Okay, we're back from our little reprise, and we're moving, call the meeting back to order, and we're moving on to item 9, F as in Frank, from the City Manager's Office to approve assigned letter agreements between Torrance Professional and Supervisory Association and Management. Ms. Wan, you're handling this?
Yes, Mayor, thank you, and good evening once again. This is Katie Wan from the City Manager's Office. Item 9F is a recommendation of the City Manager that City Council approve various side letter agreements between Torrance Professional and Supervisory Association, otherwise known as TIPSA, and management. For some background, a side letter agreement is an agreement between an employer and a union that typically, 1, modifies, clarifies, or interprets an existing provision in an MOU, or 2, addresses issues of interest to the parties that are not otherwise covered by the MOU. The side letters before you tonight include 1, Park Services Supervisor and Public Works Supervisor premiums, 2, a salary adjustment for Police Services Supervisor, 3, an educational incentive program for Permit Center Supervisor, and 4, additional steps for Permit Center Supervisor. These side letter agreements may be found in attachments A through D in tonight's item. This item coming before you tonight for approval to ensure that we are in compliance with the requirements set forth by California Public Employees Retirement System, or CalPERS. In previous years, management and various employee groups have signed such agreements between contract negotiations, and the side letters are then included in the next contract. We intend to maintain this practice. However, CalPERS has brought to our attention that if the side letters pertain to reportable income, which all of these agreements do, then they need to be formally approved by City Council in open session to be recognized by CalPERS as reportable income. As noted in the staff report, I also wanted to add that City Council previously approved the adjustment for the Police Operations Supervisor classification, now called Police Services Supervisor, in closed session. City Council also approved the Educational Incentive Program and the additional steps for the Permit Center Supervisor as part of the adopted fiscal year 2020-2021 budget. And the final side letter, which was the Park Services and Public Works premiums, that side letter was just to clarify existing premiums with some additional language. However, CalPERS did require that we get this one approved as well, since there was some modification to the language. I am available for any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wan. Are there any questions from the council? I see absolutely none. So moving on from that, we'll take a motion to approve the side letter agreements between TIPSA and management. Councilmember Kalani.
Thank you. Motion to approve the side letter agreements.
Councilmember Goodrich.
I couldn't hear Councilmember Goodrich. Did he second?
Yeah, that was a second by Councilmember Goodrich.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Moving on to 9G, as in George, from the City Manager's Office, to debrief on the 2020 Seaside Ranchos Holiday Lights Display. Again, Ms. Wan, you're going to do this one, and we've already heard from Ms. Blanco earlier this evening, giving some accolades, I believe.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and good evening once again, Mayor and Council members. Staff is recommending that tonight City Council debrief on the 2020 Seaside Ranchos Holiday Lights Display and direct staff to come back in June 2021 to receive direction regarding the 2021 display. First and foremost, I want to once again thank the Seaside Neighborhood Association, Seaside Ranchos residents, and the various City of Torrance departments who helped to make this event successful each year. As you may recall, in October of last year, City Council approved various health and safety measures for the 2020 display. These items are detailed on page 1 of the staff report. As you can see in attachment A, which contains feedback from the Seaside Neighborhood Association and their membership, the 2020 display was very different than in previous years due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Residents commented that there were fewer walkers and vendors and that there appeared to be an increase in car traffic. Staff met with representatives from the Seaside Neighborhood Association earlier this year to discuss their findings. Also in Attachment A, you will see that there were various comments and ideas on how to improve future displays, including alternating sides of the street in which parking is temporarily restricted, changing signage placement, and other traffic control measures. The city remains open to discuss these possibilities further with the Seaside Neighborhood Association. Staff also met internally to provide feedback and discuss next steps. The one very noticeable difference with the 2020 display was that there were long lines of vehicles waiting to get in the neighborhood on several evenings due to people wanting to stay in their vehicles versus potentially being exposed to people outside of their households. Because of this, and although they do not have the resources to commit to a set schedule, the Torrance Police Department did need to have a police presence on several evenings during the month of December to assist with traffic control in their efforts to maintain public safety. The breakdown of the police department resources and associated overtime costs may be found in Attachment B. It should also be noted that City Council previously expressed interest in staff researching options for permit parking for the Seaside Ranchos neighborhood. More information on this and other potential considerations will be brought forward in June when staff seeks direction from City Council for the 2021 display. Waiting until June before finalizing details for the 2021 display will be beneficial to both Seaside residents and to the city in hopes of being able to better assess what the pandemic and associated restrictions may look like in December 2021. Council has also previously asked if the Seaside Neighborhood Association would consider contributing costs to event resources. It is my understanding that they have not surveyed their membership and they did not show an interest in pursuing that concept further at this time. On a similar note, due to the uncertainties with the city's own operating budget, staff is recommending that City Council consider city resources for the 2021 display as part of the fiscal year 2021-22 operating budget. Between now and June, staff will hold meetings with the Seaside Neighborhood Association and Seaside residents to further discuss the 2021 display. I am available for any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wong. We have a couple questions right now, maybe three. Councilmember Matucci's first.
Thank you, Mayor. No, I just wanted to thank Katie. I know you've been working on this from day one, and also as staff, and also the Seaside Association. I think their outreach really does help kind of give us some guidance. I'd like to, to see if we can possibly look into the option of private security instead of, because my understanding that we're really shorthanded on the police department, and maybe have a hybrid between private security and police department. But I think overall, I do agree that this is something that we probably should put into our fiscal budget year after year. It's been going on for years now, and I do live in the neighborhood. I'm right on the outskirts of it, so I'm not affected by the traffic and all the beautiful light display. But I do get people parking along my street as well. We do. I think, I don't know. Obviously, everybody's going to have a different opinion on this, but I do feel like we have a considerable improvement since we got the association to come together with a plan and staff. I think overall, I think it's much more pleasant to go through there now. It was getting a little hectic and out of hand. Of course, with COVID, I don't think it's going to be this past December, I don't think it's going to be a good gauge as to what we need to do for the future, just because it was a unique situation with COVID. I think we are going to see a lot more people walking this coming December. So I would anticipate that we need to take steps towards, controlling that. I think Councilman Goodrich had brought up the idea of busing people in from South High. That's something that I definitely would like to explore. That would eliminate a lot of the car traffic. Those are I think a lot of things that we need to, I guess, further discuss when we bring it back. But anyway, good job. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Griffith.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Wan, for your report. I know you've been working really closely together with the Seaside Homeowners Association, and I, being involved in it myself for many years now, and overseeing it and helping contribute to the ideas and approvals for making appropriate changes. I think we have been moving in generally the right direction. I think the thing that took me aback the most, though, was the amount of hours from the police. At 787 hours for this year's light display, if I calculate it outright, of 24 days of displays, that works out to 33 man-hours per day for each day that the light display was going, which equates to over 4 full-time shifts for our police staff, sworn officers, and it just seems like that's a tremendously large number, and I'm not sure we really need that much. I'm wondering if we have other options for some traffic control, to potentially use cadets at a lower rate, or some other sort of folks who can do traffic control without being sworn officers. I like the idea, Councilman Matucci, of potentially bringing in some private security guards at a much lower rate, who can then reach out to a lower staffing of police to handle any issues that could come up, and help, still provide a level of comfort and safety to the people who live there and who are visiting. So I think that's an area that really should be looked at very heavily, because clearly we don't have it in our budget to be spending that kind of money and resources for our public safety to be focused in this small section of the city for so many hours for such an extended period of time. So that's my biggest concern, and I look forward to having some more discussions with that and more details on these issues to be covered in the meetings upcoming that you propose. So thank you for the generally good work and moving us in the right direction. Thank you.
Councilmember Chen.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Katie, for your hard work working with the Neighborhood Association. Yes, I agree that this is a great event for Torrance. I believe I'm the one that suggested a fundraising for the event, and of course, I'm not surprised if someone suggested fundraising. The easy answer is no. We've all said that we're in a budget situation. I still maintain that this is a great event for the city, but the analogy would be like it's a great, also someone who has a neighborhood block party, just a mega-sized one. And I don't know if we provide that much overtime expenses. I think I was thinking about the same line of what Councilman Matucci said, that if the Seaside Neighborhood Association should look into hiring private security to provide traffic duty, and so that we're not using this type level of city expenses for a private event, a non-city event. And I think in situations like this, as we're going to be looking at our city finances in the future, every option needs to be considered in terms of fiscal discipline. As great as this event is, I think, funding it privately for all the needs to make it better should be a serious consideration and not just a simple no. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. And thank you, Ms. Juan, for a detailed report. request is to bring it back in June of 21, and I imagine that we should send this to the committee before it comes to full council so they can vet out all the information. We have a motion by Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that we are we accepting and filing this, and also instructing staff to come back in June of 2021 and receive direction regarding the 2021 display. Is that what we're doing, Mayor?
Concur with staff. Yeah, concur with the staff.
Thank you, sir.
And
yes,
Councilmember Chen?
I second that, Mayor.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Now, this brings us to item 9H from Transit and Community Development to accept and file update regarding Metro C line extension. I think we're going to have presentations by Kim Turner from Transit and Mr. Danny Santana from Community Development. And before we get started on that, I wanted to let everybody know that we've heard your voices. Your voices are in line with ours. I don't believe that anyone sitting on this council believes that bringing Metro down the middle of Hawthorne Boulevard is in any way a good idea. What we're hearing from now is other cities that are along the line. Having been involved in this for several years, I've heard our brethren cities ask for things. Lawndale asked that the portion in Lawndale be buried. Metro came up with some funds for that, and then they said, no, I think maybe we'd like it elevated. And then the third iteration was to make a sharp left turn, then a sharp right turn, and bring it down Hawthorne Boulevard. So they keep changing the movement on us. Redondo Beach, it does pass by some of the homes in North Redondo, right next to Oneida Park, as a matter of fact. That's the railroad right-of-way, which is owned by, the rights are already possessed by Metro, which makes it the most simplistic method to bring the C train to Torrance. I was going to call it a green line, but it changes to the C train. And back to Lawndale again, they didn't want a station in Lawndale, and their reasoning was, and this is 6 years ago when it was proposed, was that the place that was proposed for the station is where the lumber yard is off of Marine Avenue, and they didn't want it there. Manhattan Beach Boulevard, I'm sorry. And they didn't want it there because the lumber yard is a very large sales tax producer. But in any event, bringing it down the middle of Hawthorne Boulevard would require acquisition of properties. It would require condemnation of a lot of properties as well, not to mention the traffic tie-ups it would cause, maybe not Lawndale because they could put it in their parking area there, but once you get past Redondo Beach Boulevard, it would take at least 2.5 lanes, maybe 3 lanes of traffic that would be disappearing. And to get up over the hill at 190th Street would mean the grade would start someplace between Artesia and 182nd Street, just to be able to get up the hill high enough to get over the bridges there and then get back on the right-of-way again. So I want everybody to know that Mayor Fury is totally opposed to alternate number 1. I will do everything I can to not have alternate number 1 and ask them to go forward on the right-of-way as it was proposed the first time, the second time, the third time, all the way back in the history of this. And this goes back to Proposition C, which was in the late 80s. Money was put aside to bring the Green Line to Torrance. Then it was Measure M, and then it was Measure R, and we're still waiting for the Green Line to come to Torrance with a $1 billion tab that is already funded, or at least identified. So now I'll go on. Ms. Turner, you want to add to me?
Thank you, Mayor. I think you covered it all. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. Kim Turner, Transit Director. The Transit and Community Development Departments are before you this evening to provide an update on the latest regional discussion regarding the extension of Metro's Line C formerly the Green Line, into Torrance. We also have Mark Jerking from Metro on the line to answer any questions you may have later. Metro will be initiating a draft environmental impact report to study the two alternatives previously identified as part of the supplemental alternative analysis study that was prepared in 2018. This project has been a part of Metro's long-range transportation plan for many years, as you mentioned, Mayor. Since 2009, various Torrance City Council members, mayor, and transit staff have attended Metro Board meetings to voice our position for the Line C/Green Line extension. So today, transit staff reaffirms our position in supporting Alternative 1, which is on the right-of-way. So it is Alternative 1. To help ensure that the light rail comes to the South Bay, which will help us create a seamless regional transportation network as we work toward implementing our next phase of our Torrance Transit Tomorrow plan, which our honorable body approved in February of 2020. In addition, Danny Santana, director of the Community Development Department, and his staff have also studied the project and will provide you with additional background and an overview of the environmental analysis areas staff has identified as worthy of inclusion in Metro's forthcoming draft EIR. And with that, I now turn it over to Director Santana. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Turner. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. Danny Santana with the Community Development Department. As Director Turner mentioned, staff would like to provide you with additional background on this long conceptualized light rail access to the South Bay. Next slide, please. As was previously mentioned, and although identified in 2009 with additional preliminary environmental analysis commencing shortly thereafter, in 2012, Metro had to place this effort on hold due to a lack of funding. The voters, with the passage of Measure M in 2016, addressed that funding gap. In 2018, Metro completed additional studies that Director Turner referenced that solicited public feedback from the corridor cities and area stakeholders. In this analysis, there was a consideration of 4 potential route alignments. Subsequent to that analysis, the alignments have been reduced to 2, and that's what this presentation will focus on. Next slide, please. The 2 alignments are referred to as Alternative 1, which is along the Metro right-of-way, and Alternative 2, which is comprised for quite a distance along Hawthorne Boulevard going through multiple jurisdictions. Both lines would extend the C line from the existing Metro Redondo Beach Marine Station, adding an additional 4.5 miles to the southeast, and ultimately terminating at the Torrance Regional Transit Center, which is currently under construction. Alternative 1 would follow the existing Metro right-of-way for the length of the project, with 1 station being added to the Redondo Beach Regional Transit Center, which is along the west side of the Galleria Mall, and a 2nd station at the Torrance RTC. Alternative 2 would start within the existing Metro right-of-way and would leave that right-of-way to parallel the 405 San Diego Freeway between Inglewood Avenue and Hawthorne Boulevard. The alignment under Alternative 2 would then travel along Hawthorne Boulevard between 162nd Street in Lawndale and 190th Street in Torrance before rejoining the Metro right-of-way and continuing onto the Torrance RTC. Staff's understanding is that under this potential alignment, the new Redondo Beach station would be along the east side of the South Bay Galleria, requiring transfers from the Redondo Beach Transit Center to traverse approximately 3/4 of a mile distance between the 2 modes resulting mass transit. Next slide, please. After careful review of the 2 alternatives, staff continues to affirm its support of Alternative 1. This alternative utilizes existing railroad right-of-way as the most cost-effective and efficient route to our future Torrance Regional Transit Center. This alternative realizes light rail access in a manner that reduces the project's environmental footprint and is least impactful to Torrance area residences and businesses, as well as employees that come and work in the greater area. Alternative 1 is also fully funded, providing the best opportunity for the project acceleration and completion by 2028. Next slide, please. Staff strongly opposes the alternative 2 alignment due to the potential significant negative impacts within the city of Torrance. This alternative is more impactful to residences and commercial uses along both sides of Hawthorne Boulevard. It is not an efficient route to the future Torrance Regional Transit Center, and it increases the environmental footprint of the project by unnecessary construction, traffic, greenhouse gas, and noise emissions. The 3/4-mile distance previously raised between the Redondo Transit and Galleria Light Rail stations on the east side of the mall would also reduce the potential for realizing convenient and efficient multimodal experience for future users. Alternative 2 is also not fully funded, needing an additional $330 million, and add to the project completion timeline, missing the opportunity for the project to be completed by 2028. Staff notes that additional delays in completing the project also correlate to unrealized air quality and greenhouse gas emission savings through the saved tailpipe emissions that would be realized by an earlier completion. It also delays and frustrates mobility access to the greater South Bay region. Next slide, please. In its role as lead agency, Metro has initiated the draft EIR process. One of the first steps for a lead agency to complete before advancing to the draft EIR is to complete a scoping session and collect public input of items that should be included in the environmental analysis. The draft comment letter included in the item contains several areas of analysis and potential impacts for each potential alignment that staff is recommending be analyzed in the forthcoming draft EIR. Additionally, staff has suggested the environmental analysis for each alternative route assess the potential for parking demand increase to the Torrance RTC that would result from the new introduction of a new mode of transit. Staff is recommending that the draft EIR include analysis for constructing a multi-level parking structure for up to 1,500 vehicles at the RTC and accommodate the increased riders along the C line and connecting transit systems. In addition to participating in a Metro agency scoping meeting on February 23rd, staff has compiled comments from various departments, including transit, community development, and considerable contributions from the Public Works Department for areas along traffic engineering and transportation traffic complex. We want to thank them for their contributions to the letter. Staff notes that this letter is in draft form to allow the Council's review and modification before formal submission to Metro. Next slide, please. The draft letter also includes an offer to assist Metro in expanding public outreach to Torrance residences and businesses along with their respective associations. This scoping schedule, which has recently been completed by Metro, is not the only time Metro will be coming back to the area residences and businesses. This offer is included in the letter to help facilitate expanding that access. In addition, we want to point to how the public can continue to access Metro's project information at their website, which is provided on the bottom of the screen and includes various graphics and videos that are available and explain the project. The public may also submit any comments they would like included in the draft EIR directly to Metro by March 15th at the email address also provided on the screen. This concludes staff's overview of the Line C extension options and Metro's scoping process. We're available for any questions, and we thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Santana, and thank you, Ms. Turner. We have some questions. Councilmember Griffiths is number one.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Not so much questions, just comments. I'm watched this project for many, many years. I've attended many, many meetings with Metro to have them, show the different versions of the routing and so forth to Torrance, and it's been amazing to watch this evolution of this project over the years, and I am in tremendous support of the letter that the staff has crafted in support of Alternative 1, and I think that that's absolutely the best and most economical, and all the good reasons stated just now by staff as to the version that we should be supporting. The right-of-way has been there for forever, and I think that that's obviously the not only most economical, but people are already used to trains traveling on that stretch of right-of-way, and so I don't think it'll be a huge difference. I've witnessed metro trains that have been built through many neighborhoods throughout LA County, and it tends to not ever be as bad as the people think that it will be. Personally, though, I did prefer the underground option where it was not tunnel but lowered subterranean, but that version is no longer on the table, and it is economically a challenge to do. But yeah, I fully support the letter by staff. Great, very well written, and very thorough, and I'm be happy to put my name behind that. Thank you.
Councilmember Ashcraft.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Santana and Ms. Turner, for your presentation. And I'm jumping on the bandwagon, too, that the only option is alternative one. And great letter. I'm a member of the West Torrance Homeowners Association, and our neighborhood would be impacted. And as Mr. Griffith said, when it goes on the right-of-way, that's an area that's already taken care of, and I don't understand why Metro would consider anything else. They already have the rights there, and as he said, people are used to that being utilized. Anything different is going to meet with huge opposition, and so thank you, staff, and thank you for writing the letter. I see it as the only way to go. Thank you.
Councilmember Chet.
Thank you, Mayor. I think there was quite a few comments during this discussion by staff, the criticality of trying to get this done by 2028. And I know I could be stating the obvious for those residents who's listening, but the 2028 is to provide better traffic flow because Los Angeles will be hosting the Summer Games in 2028. And we want to have easy access for visitors, athletes, and where our dream comes true, maybe some preliminary events that would be held in Torrance. So it'll be a revenue-generating strategy. So I believe I just want to make sure the public know what the criticality of 2028, just in case that was not immediately obvious. But I do have one question. I don't know who can answer, because I've been to other countries, which, my birth country, in Taiwan, underground. If we even had another $1 billion that magically was available, would the underground I don't want to say option, would the undergrounding still be even feasible schedule-wise to have it done by 2028?
Anyone to take a shot at that one?
Councilman, this is Adam Chapar, City Manager. Metro has stated, based on their current projections, the project will begin 2026 with completion date in 2032-33. The goal is to seek additional funding, part of the Metro's 28 by 28 plan, to complete the project in 2028. And now we're already, first stretch of 2021. I think the right-of-way alternative seems to be the plan that most likely aligns with that goal of opening in 2028. But if Metro staff can clarify, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Is there someone from Metro?
Yeah, I'm here. Mr. Durkin, are you? Okay.
Yeah.
Did you hear the question?
So, could you repeat the question
I'll repeat
again?
the question. I know right now there's only two alternatives, and it's easily the alternative one. The other question was, there's no funding. If magically there was a funding, I'm going to make up a number. $1 billion shows up. Can we still make the schedule to do the undergrounding?
Yes, we can still make the schedule. We can still make the schedule. Our engineers and planners
Excuse me? Yes, we can make the schedule. Our planners are saying that we could still hit 2028.
If we had funding to do the underground option.
Undergrounding, I'm not sure yet. We'll have to work that out. But
Okay.
you know, we certainly, it's going to be tight, but we think that we can make it by 2028.
If you had the funding.
Mark, I think that Councilmember Chen means a full undergrounding, not just entrenching in Lawndale.
Full undergrounding would be tough. That would be really a challenging proposition.
Okay, I just want to make sure I asked the question. Right.
I don't think $1 billion would cover that. No.
I just want to make sure I asked the question. I think the last time LA hosted the Olympics in '84, I was a young engineering student at UCLA, and that was like the biggest thing in this county, I believe. Well, actually, the state. I think we had events all over, and I understand. Thank you very much. I think Aram, your answer was a polite way of saying no. Thank you.
Thank you.
That was a nice way to take it. Yeah. Thank you, Mark. Well, one of the things for the clarity of those who are listening and not what ROW is or right-of-way, it's a railroad right-of-way. And it's not an old abandoned railroad right-of-way. There's railroads. They travel along there. There's tracks, and they do it every day. I think they slowed up somewhat when they came up with the corridor, but I think it's increased, probably exponentially since, in the last 5 or 10 years. The other thing is that, Metro has the ability to do remediation work with sound walls as well as double pane windows for those who live nearby. And as Councilmember Griffiths pointed out, if you've ever been on the Gold Line in Pasadena or that area up there, they're really quiet. I mean, it's probably quieter than a bus gone by, because their wheels are different than the old metal-to-metal that we're used to. So, and for those who are naysayers to public transportation, I see this not as a purpose to bring people to Torrance, although, Councilmember Chen, I get your idea, but this is a methodology for people to leave Torrance and go to the aerospace industry if they work there, rather than driving on the 405 in the morning or on Surface Street. They can park in this parking lot that we're building, or parking building that we hopefully will have there for $1,500. If you're going someplace at LAX, the train could take you from Torrance to LAX, where you could do that. Or perhaps you're going any place in Los Angeles County. There's connections for the trains that can take you throughout LA County without driving on a freeway or driving a car. That's my vision. Why would we build a 1,500 spot parking lot for people who are coming in on the train? Now, we will have people come here. And in fact, we're hopeful to have a rubber-tired trolley come about before then, so you can go to the transit center and come in on the C train and get on the rubber-tired trolley that'll take you to Old Torrance, or take you to the Delamo Fashion Center, or take you to the hotel, or take you to the Civic Center, or maybe even take you out to the beach. So it's the connectivity aspect of this. We have to look not just next year, or 5 years, or 10 years. We're thinking 20 years down the road, where you can get on a train in Torrance and go any place in Los Angeles County. And that is the way people do it in metropolitan areas: Washington, D.C., New York City, Philadelphia, Baltimore, all the cities that have subways and rapid transit. I forgot the one thing about coming down Hawthorne Boulevard. There'll be no stops there. It's not like it's a trolley car coming down the street where you can get off on the corner of 168th Street and go into a store there and then get back on the trolley and go back. There's train stations. And the one station is at Marine. The next one will be at Redondo Beach. And they have a transit center that they're actually building right now on the west side of the Galleria area. And then the next one would be Torrance. So that's 3 stops. That's it. So it's not going to be your local train where you can get off and go to the dry cleaners or the the supermarket and then take their groceries back home. That's not a trolley car. It is for lack of a better word, rapid transit. Any other questions from council? I see no other questions, so we're looking for a motion to accept and file an update regarding it and approve the city's position letter. And Councilmember Griffiths?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I move to concur with the staff recommendation.
And approve the city's position letter as well.
Yeah, that was part of their recommendation. Yes, please.
Thank you. And Councilmember Matucci?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll second that.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
I happily voted for that, and I would encourage everybody who's listening tonight or watching this on a replay, and social media will be blasting it out shortly, to write your letter and email to let Metro know that the right-of-way is the only way. The right-of-way is the only way. Thank you.
Mayor Fury, and just to reiterate to the audience,
yes,
we have until March 15th for the public to send in their letters to Metro. So we appreciate your time tonight.
Okay. So it's kind of urgent that we get the word out. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. We move on to item 9I. As I turn my page. And that's from the Employee Relations and Public Safety Committee to accept and file Torrance Fire Department Annual Quarterly Improvement Update Report and acknowledge SB 1205 reporting requirements. And for this, Councilmember Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. The Employee Relations and Public Safety Committee met on February 22nd, 2021. Fire Chief Martin Cerna presented the Torrance Fire Department Annual Update, which highlighted the contents of the Torrance Fire Department Annual Quality Improvement Update Report and acknowledgement of the reporting requirements from SB 1205. The Torrance Fire Department Annual Quality Improvement Update Report provides an opportunity to track and report the progress on established goals and objectives. In addition, the report includes an update on emergency response performance compared to the established benchmarks adopted in the Torrance Fire Department Community Risk Assessment Standards of Cover document. Lastly, the report includes departmental accomplishments for 2020 and identified goals for 2021. This year's report also highlighted the department's response to COVID-19 and historic wildfire mutual aid response. The Employee Relations and Public Safety Committee recommends that the City Council accepts and files the Torrance Fire Department Annual Quality Improvement Update Report and acknowledge SB 1205 reporting requirements from the February 22nd, 2021 committee meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from council? I think you addressed it real well. Appreciate it. And we'll take a motion to accept and file and acknowledge the SB 1205 reporting requirements. Councilmember Goodrich. Councilmember Ashcraft.
I just clicked into second on the wrong place. That's all.
Okay. I'll click it out for you. No, that's the right one.
Yeah.
No, that's not it.
No, that's the right one.
There you go. Councilwoman Ashcraft seconded.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. There are no scheduled hearings, no agency agendas, no second readings, so it brings us into City Council oral communications. Tonight's oral communication starts with Councilmember Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. With concurrence from Council, I would like for staff to prepare an item with a homeless update at the March 16th, 2021 City Council meeting. Thank you.
I believe we have a concurrence on that.
Thank you very much, and I just wish everyone to have a very nice evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. Good night, everyone. I have nothing.
Councilmember Ashcraft.
Good night, everyone. I have nothing tonight. Thank you.
Councilmember Chen.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm looking forward to more students being able to go back in class soon and more kids out in the playground enjoying the outdoors. Thank you and good night.
Thank you. Councilmember Goodrich.
Nothing tonight. Thank you.
Councilmember Griffith.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I do want to say just a couple things. I should have probably said the first item here during the COVID discussion on 9A, but I just have to say the various websites available for trying to get an appointment for vaccine, COVID-19 vaccines, are still just a disaster. I can't tell you the countless hours I spent trying to secure an appointment for myself, and ultimately I was finally successful to get one, but it was just the most challenging and difficult process that I've gone through, and it shouldn't be that difficult, and I sure hope that the powers that be that are managing all this can get their act together and do it better so we can get the rest of the folks their vaccines. It's just still a mess, but at least slowly, if people are diligent, they can get through the process. Really nothing else except for by the time we get to our next meeting, the time will have changed. On March 14th, daylight savings starts, so we'll be springing forward into our next week, our next meeting. So I look forward to seeing everybody when the time changes. Thanks.
Thank you. And I want to start this off by wishing everybody a happy St. Patrick's Month. Because of my given name, I celebrate the entire month. I think St. Patrick's St. Patrick's Day should be celebrated every day in the month of March. But there was a big celebration today by one of our icons in our community, Jerry Ronan. Jerry Ronan is a retired TUSD teacher who has been actively involved in so many organizations in our community. One of the biggest ones is Historical Society. Jerry is a wealth of knowledge about anything Torrance, and we certainly appreciate him. I understand they did a drive-by celebration today. Why they picked Tuesday, maybe they didn't want us to be there. That's all I can think of. But Jerry, from all of my colleagues on the City Council, I want to wish you a very, very happy birthday. And I look forward to the day when we can sit down and talk again, closer than a social distance. For all of you who are watching tonight, I want to again thank you for joining us. I'm really proud of all that we've accomplished over the past year. Our community has really come together and persevered. COVID-19 vaccinations continue to be administered across the nation. And as Councilmember Griffith said, it's not without its problems. But I see the carloads of people going in for them, and I understand that the CVS and the Walgreens are going to be distributing them real soon, so that's good. And as our city manager mentioned earlier, there's new ones opened yesterday to select groups, including our educators, food service industry workers, and emergency services personnel. I urge you all to take a look at the website and the appointment process, work your way through it. Even if you're not yet qualified to get vaccinated, you should familiarize yourself with the site so that when you're ready to schedule, when the time comes, you can do it. We understand the process is frustrating and confusing, so City Cable has produced a how-to video that will take you through the appointment process. You can view the video at torranceca.gov/COVID-19. And, of course, you can find all of the City Cable videos on YouTube at the City Cable site. Restrictions and health orders continue to change frequently, as we discussed earlier tonight. For current information concerning COVID-19, visit torranceca.gov/COVID-19. For daily updates, tune into City Cable or torranceca.gov and watch live COVID-19 Today, Monday through Thursday at 4 p.m. and Weekends in Torrance, which airs every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at 2 p.m. Thank you, and remember, stay in place, mind your space, and cover your face. Good night, everybody, and stay well and safe. See you in a couple weeks. I'll take a motion to adjourn. Councilmember Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that we adjourn tonight's City Council meeting to Tuesday, March 16th, 2021 at 5:30 p.m. for closed session, with the regular meeting commencing at 7 o'clock p.m. My motion incorporates by reference the orders from the State of California and the County of Los Angeles that are listed under adjournment of the agenda. Members of the Torrance City Council and staff will participate in this meeting via teleconference or other electronic means in our continuing efforts to practice social distancing to reduce the spread of COVID-19. Information on how the public can watch and participate in the meeting is found on the agenda.
I'll second.
Councilmember Goodrich.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you very much. Good night, everybody. We'll see you on St. Patrick's Eve.